To be are not to be. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Anthony Wood. To be are not to be by Kurt Vonnegut. Everything was perfectly swell. There were no prisons, no slums, no insane asylums, no cripples, no poverty, no wars. All diseases were conquered, so was old age. Death, barring accidents, was an adventure for volunteers. The population of the United States was stabilized at 40 million souls. One bright morning in the Chicago Lying-In Hospital, a man named Edward K. Welling, Jr. waited for his wife to give birth. He was the only man waiting. Not many people were born a day anymore. Welling was 56, a mere stripling in a population whose average age was 129. X-rays had revealed that his wife was going to have triplets. The children would be his first. Young Welling was hunched in his chair, his head in his hand. He was so rumpled, so still and colorless as to be virtually invisible. His camouflage was perfect, since the waiting room had a disorderly and demoralized air, too. Chairs and ashtrays had been moved away from the walls. The floor was paved with spattered drop cloths. The room was being redecorated. It was being redecorated as a memorial to a man who had volunteered to die. A sardonic old man, about 200 years old, sat on a stepladder, painting a mural he did not like. Back in the days when people aged visibly, his age would have been guessed at 35 or so. Aging had touched him that much before the cure for aging was found. The mural he was working on depicted a very neat garden. Men and women in white, doctors and nurses, turned the soil, planted seedlings, sprayed bugs, spread fertilizer. Men and women in purple uniforms pulled up weeds, cut down plants that were old and sickly, raked leaves, carried refuse to trash burners. Never, 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 not even in medieval Holland nor old Japan, had a garden been more formal, been better tended. Every plant had all the loam, light, water, air, and nourishment it could use. A hospital orderly came down the corridor, singing under his breath a popular song. If you don't like my kisses, honey, here is what I'll do. I'll go and see a girl in purple, kiss this sad world toodaloo. If you don't want my lovin', why should I take up all this space? I'll get off this old planet. Let some sweet baby have my place. The orderly looked at the mural and the muralist. Looks so real, he said. I can practically imagine I'm standing in the middle of it. What makes you think you're not in it? Said the painter. He gave a satiric smile. It's called the happy garden of life, you know. That's good of Dr. Hitz, said the orderly. He was referring to one of the male figures in white, whose head was a portrait of Dr. Benjamin Hitz, the hospital's chief obstetrician. Hitz was a blindingly handsome man. Lots of faces still to fill in, said the orderly. He meant that the faces of many of the figures in the mural were still blank. All blanks were to be filled with portraits of important people on either the hospital staff or from the Chicago office of the Federal Bureau of Termination. Must be nice to be able to make pictures that look like something, said the orderly. The painter's face curdled with scorn. You think I'm proud of this daub? He said. You think this is my idea of what life really looks like? What's your idea of what life looks like? Said the orderly. The painter gestured at a foul drop cloth. There's a good picture of it, he said. Frame that. You'll have a picture a damn sight more honest than this one. You're a gloomy old duck, aren't you? Said the orderly. Is that a crime? Said the painter. The orderly shrugged. If you don't like it here, Grandpa, he said, and he finished the thought with the trick telephone number that people who didn't want to live anymore were supposed to call. The 0 in the telephone number was pronounced naught. The number was to be are not to be. It was the telephone number of an institution whose fanciful sobriquets included Automat, Birdland, Cannery, Catbox, Delouser, Easy Go, Good Mother, Happy Hooligan, Kiss Me Quick, Lucky Pierre, Sheep Dip, Wearing blender, weep no more, and why worry? To be or not to be was the telephone number of the municipal gas chambers of the Federal Bureau of Termination. The painter thumbed his nose at the orderly. "When I decide it's time to go," he said, "it won't be at the sheep dip." "A do-it-yourselfer, eh?" said the orderly. "Messy business, Grandpa. Why don't you have a little consideration for the people who have to clean up after you?" The painter expressed with an obscenity his lack of concern for the tribulations of his survivors. "The world could do with a good deal more mess, if you ask me," he said. The orderly laughed and moved on. Wailing, the waiting father, mumbled something without raising his head and then fell silent again. A coarse, formidable woman strode into the waiting room on spiked heels. Her shoes, stockings, trench coat, bag, and overseas cap were all purple, the purple the painter called the color of grapes on Judgment Day. The medallion on her purple musette bag was the seal of the Service Division of the Federal Bureau of Termination, an eagle perched on a turnstile. The woman had a lot of facial hair. An unmistakable mustache, in fact. A curious thing about gas chamber hostesses was that no matter how lovely and feminine they were when recruited, they all sprouted mustaches within 5 years or so. "Is this where I'm supposed to come?" she said to the painter. "A lot would depend on what your business was," he said. "You aren't about to have a baby, are you?" "They told me I was supposed to pose for some picture," she said. "My name's Leora Duncan." She waited. "And you dunk people," he said. "What?" "Skip it." "That sure is a beautiful picture," she said. "Looks like a heaven or something." "Or something," said the painter. He took a list of names from his smock pocket. "Duncan, Duncan, Duncan," he said, scanning the list. "Yes, here you are. You're entitled to be immortalized. See any faceless body here you'd like me to stick your head on? We got a few choice ones left." She studied the mural bleakly. "Gee," she said, "they're all the same to me. I don't know anything about art." "A body's a body, huh?" he said. "All righty. As a master of fine art, I recommend this body here." He indicated a faceless figure of a woman who was carrying dried stalks to a trash burner. "Well," said Leora Duncan, "that's more the disposal people, isn't it? I mean, I'm in service. I don't do any disposing." The painter clapped his hands in mock delight. "You say you don't know anything about art, and then you prove in the next breath that you know more about it than I do. Of course the sheaf carrier is wrong for a hostess. A snipper, a pruner, that's more your line." He pointed to a figure in purple who was sawing a dead branch from an apple tree. "How about her?" he said. "You like her at all?" "Gosh," she said, and she blushed and became humble. That puts me right next to Dr. Hitz." "That upsets you?" he said. "Oh, good gravy, no," she said. "It's just such an honor." "Ah, you admire him, eh?" he said. "Who doesn't admire him?" she said, worshipping the portrait of Hitz. It was the portrait of a tanned, white-haired, omnipotent Zeus, 240 years old. "Who doesn't admire him?" she said again. "He was responsible for setting up the very first gas chamber in Chicago." "Nothing would please me more," said the painter, "than to put you next to him for all time, sawing off a limb. That strikes you as appropriate?" "That is kind of like what I do," she said. She was demure about what she did. What she did was make people comfortable when she killed them. And while Leora Duncan was posing for her portrait, into the waiting room bounded Dr. Hitz himself. He was 7 feet tall, and he boomed with importance, accomplishments, and the joy of living. "Well, Miss Duncan, he said, and he made a joke. "What are you doing here?" he said. "This isn't where the people leave. This is where they come in." We're going to be in the same picture together," she said shyly. "Good," said Dr. Hitz heartily. "And say, isn't that some picture?" "I sure am honored to be in it with you," she said. "Well, let me tell you," he said, "I'm honored to be in it with you. Without women like you, this wonderful world we've got wouldn't be possible." He saluted her and moved toward the door that led to the delivery rooms. "Guess what was just born?" he said. "I can't," she said. "Triplets," he said. "Triplets?" She was exclaiming over the legal implications of triplets. The law said that no newborn child could survive unless the parents of the child could find someone who would volunteer to die. Triplets, if they were all to live, called for 3 volunteers. "Do the parents have 3 volunteers?" said Leora Duncan. "Last I heard," said Dr. Hitz, "they had 1, and were trying to scrape another 2 up." "I don't think they made it," she said. "Nobody made 3 appointments with us. Nothing but singles going through today, unless somebody called in after I left. What's the name?" "Welling," said the waiting father, sitting up red-eyed and frowsy. "Edward K. Welling, Jr. is the name of the happy father-to-be." He raised his right hand, looked at the spot on the wall, gave a hoarsely wretched chuckle. "Present," he said. "Oh, Mr. Whaling," said Dr. Hitz. I didn't see you." "The invisible man," said Whaling. "They just phoned me that your triplets had been born," said Dr. Hitz. "They're all fine, and so is the mother. I'm on my way to see them now." "Hooray," said Whaling emptily. "You don't sound very happy," said Dr. Hitz. "What man in my shoes wouldn't be happy?" said Whaling. He gestured with his hands to symbolize carefree simplicity. "All I have to do is pick out which one of the triplets is going to live, then deliver my maternal grandfather to the happy hooligan, and come back here with a receipt." Dr. Hitz became rather severe with Whaling, towered over him. "You don't believe in population control, Mr. Whaling," he said. "I think it's perfectly keen," said Whaling tautly. "Would you like to go back to the good old days, when the population of the earth was 20 billion, about to become 40 billion, then 80 billion, then 160 billion? Do you know what a druplet is, Mr. Whaling?" said Hitz. "Nope," said Whaling sulkily. "A druplet, Mr. Whaling, is one of the little knobs, one of the little pulpy grains of a blackberry. Without population control, human beings would now be packed on the surface of this old planet like druplets on a blackberry. Think of it." Whaling continued to stare at the same spot on the wall. "In the year 2000, said Dr. Hitz, before scientists stepped in and laid down the law, there wasn't even enough drinking water to go around, and nothing to eat but seaweed. And still people insisted on their right to reproduce like jackrabbits, and their right, if possible, to live forever." "I want those kids," said Whaling quietly. "I want all 3 of them." "Of course you do," said Dr. Hitz. "That's only human." "I don't want my grandfather to die either," said Whaling. "Nobody's really happy about taking a close relative to the cat box," said Dr. Hitz gently, sympathetically. "I wish people wouldn't call it that," said Leora Duncan. "What?" said Dr. Hitz. "I wish people wouldn't call it the cat box and things like that. It gives people the wrong impression." "You're absolutely right," said Dr. Hitz. "Forgive me." He corrected himself, gave the municipal gas chambers their official title, a title no one ever used in conversation. "I should have said the Ethical Suicide Studios." "That sounds so much better," said Leora Duncan. "This child of yours, whichever one you decide to keep, Mr. Whaling," said Dr. Hitz, "he or she is going to live on a happy, roomy, clean, rich planet thanks to population control. In a garden like that mural there." He shook his head. 2 centuries ago, when I was a young man, it was a hell that nobody thought could last another 20 years. Now centuries of peace and plenty stretch before us as far as the imagination cares to travel." He smiled luminously. The smile faded as he saw that Whaling had just drawn a revolver. Whaling shot Dr. Hitz dead. "There's room for one, a great big one," he said. And then he shot Leora Duncan. "It's only death," he said to her as she fell. "There, room for 2. And then he shot himself, making room for all 3 of his children. Nobody came running. Nobody, seemingly, heard the shots. The painter sat on top of his stepladder, looking down reflectively on the sorry scene. The painter pondered the mournful puzzle of life, demanding to be born, and once born, demanding to be fruitful, to multiply and to live as long as possible, to do all that on a very small planet that would have to last forever. All the answers that the painter could think of were grim. Even grimmer, surely, than a cat box, a happy hooligan, an easy go. He thought of war. He thought of plague. He thought of starvation. He knew that he would never paint again. He let his paintbrush fall to the drop cloths below. And then he decided he had had about enough of life in the happy garden of life, too. And he came slowly down the ladder. He took Welling's pistol, really intending to shoot himself. But he didn't have the nerve. And then he saw the telephone booth in the corner of the room. He went to it, dialed the well-remembered number, 2B are not 2B.
Federal Bureau of Termination,
said a very warm voice of a hostess. How soon can I get an appointment? He asked, speaking very carefully.
We could probably fit you in late this afternoon, sir,
she said.
It might even be earlier if we get a cancellation.
All right, said the painter. Fit me in, if you please. And he gave her his name, spelling it out.
Thank you, sir, said
the hostess.
Your city thanks you, your country thanks you, your planet thanks you. But the deepest thanks of all is from future generations.
The end of To Be Are Not To Be by Kurt Vonnegut. Recording by Anthony Wood. Madison, Wisconsin. www.smoking-monkey.com.
The Cosmic Express by Jack Williamson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jerome Lawson. The Cosmic Express by Jack Williamson. Mr. Eric Stokes Harding tumbled out of the rumpled bed clothing. A striking slender figure in purple striped pajamas. He smiled fondly across to the other of the twin beds, where Nada, his pretty bride, lay quiet beneath light silk covers. With a groan, he stood up and began a series of fantastic bending exercises. But after a few half-hearted moments, he gave it up, and walked through an open door into a small, bright room, its walls covered with bookcases, and also with scientific appliances that would have been strange to the man of 4 or 5 centuries before, when the age of aviation was beginning. Yawning, Mr. Eric Stokes Harding stood before the great open window, staring out. Below him was a wide park-like space, green with emerald lawns, and bright with flowering plants. 200 yards across it rose an immense pyramidal building, an artistic structure, gleaming with white marble and bright metal, striped with the verdure of terraced roof gardens, its slender peak rising to help support the gray, steel-ribbed glass roof above. Beyond, the park stretched away in illimitable vistas, broken with the graceful columned buildings that held up the great glass roof. Above the glass, over this New York of 2432 A.D., a freezing blizzard was sweeping. But small concern was that to the lightly clad man at the window, who was inhaling deeply the fragrant air from the plants below, air kept, winter and summer, exactly at 20 degrees Celsius. With another yawn, Mr. Eric Stokes Harding turned back to the room, which was bright with the rich golden light that poured in from the suspended globes of the cold auto light that illuminated the snow-covered city. With a distasteful grimace, he seated himself before a broad, paper-littered desk, sat a few minutes leaning back, with his hands clasped behind his head. At last he straightened reluctantly, slid a small typewriter out of its drawer, and began pecking at it impatiently. For Mr. Eric Stokes Harding was an author. There was a whole shelf of his books on the wall, in bright jackets, red and blue and green, that brought a thrill of pleasure to the young novelist's heart when he looked up from his clattering machine. He wrote thrilling action romances, as his enthusiastic publishers and television directors said, of ages past, when men were men. Red-blooded heroes responding vigorously to the stirring passions of primordial life. He was impartial as to the source of his thrills, provided they were distant enough from modern civilization. His hero was likely to be an ape-man roaring through the jungle, with a bloody rock in one hand and a beautiful girl in the other. Or a cowboy, hard riding, hard shooting, the vanishing hero of the ancient ranches. Or a man marooned with a lovely woman on a desert South Sea island. His heroes were invariably strong, fearless, resourceful fellows who could handle a club on equal terms with a caveman, or call science to aid them in defending a beautiful mate from the terrors of a desolate wilderness. And 100 million read Eric's novels, and watched the dramatization of them on the television screens. They thrilled at the simple, romantic lives his heroes led, paid him handsome royalties, and subconsciously shared his opinion that civilization had taken all the best from the life of man. Eric had settled down to the artistic satisfaction of describing the sensuous delight of his hero in the roasted marrow bones of a dead mammoth, when the pretty woman in the other room stirred, and presently came tripping into the study, gay and vivacious, and, as her husband of a few months most justly thought, altogether beautiful in a bright silk dressing-gown. Recklessly, he slammed the machine back into its place, and resolved to forget that his next red-blooded action thriller was due in the publisher's office at the end of the month. He sprang up to kiss his wife, held her embraced for a long, happy moment, and then they went hand in hand to the side of the room and punched a series of buttons on a panel. A simple way of ordering breakfast sent up the automatic shaft from the kitchens below. Nada Stokes Harding was also an author. She wrote poems, back to nature stuff. Simple lyrics of the sea, of sunsets, of bird songs, of bright flowers and warm winds, of thrilling communion with nature and growing things. Men read her poems and called her a genius. Even though the world had grown up into a city, the birds were extinct, there were no wild flowers, and no one had time to bother about sunsets.
"Eric, darling," she said, "isn't it terrible to be cooped up here in this little flat, far away from the things we both love?"
Yes, dear. Civilization has ruined the world. If we could have only lived 1,000 years ago, when life was simple and natural, when men hunted and killed their meat, instead of drinking synthetic stuff, when men still had the joys of conflict, instead of living under glass like hothouse flowers.
If only we could go somewhere.
There isn't anywhere to go. I write about the West, Africa, South Sea Islands, but they were all filled up 200 years ago. Pleasure resorts, sanatoriums, cities, factories.
If only we lived on Venus. I was listening to a lecture on the television last night. The speaker said that the planet Venus is younger than the Earth, that it has not cooled so much. It has a thick, cloudy atmosphere and low, rainy forests. There's simple, elemental life there, like Earth had before civilization ruined it.
Yes, Kinsley, with his new infrared ray telescope that penetrates the cloud layers of the planet, proved that Venus rotates in about the same period as Earth, and it must be much like Earth was 1,000,000 years ago.
Eric, I wonder if we could go there. It would be so thrilling to begin life like the characters in your stories, to get away from this hateful civilization and live natural lives. Maybe a rocket.
The young author's eyes were glowing. He skipped across the floor, seized Nada, kissed her ecstatically. Splendid! Think of hunting in the virgin forest, and bringing the game home to you. But I'm afraid there's no way. Wait. The Cosmic Express!
The Cosmic Express?
A new invention. Just perfected a few weeks ago, I understand, by Ludwig van der Waals, the German physicist.
I've quit bothering about science. It's ruined nature, filled the world with silly, artificial people doing silly, artificial things.
But this is quite remarkable, dear. A new way to travel. By ether.
By ether?
Yes. You know, of course, that energy and matter are interchangeable terms. Both are simply etheric vibration, of different sorts.
Of course, that's elementary.
She smiled proudly.
I can give you examples even of the change. The disintegration of the radium atom, making helium and lead and energy. And Millikan's old proof that his cosmic ray is generated when particles of electricity are united to form an atom.
Fine. I thought you said you weren't a scientist. He glowed with pride. But the method, in the new Cosmic Express, is simply to convert the matter to be carried into power, send it out as a radiant beam, and focus the beam to convert it back into atoms at the destination.
But the amount of energy must be terrific.
It is. You know short waves carry more energy than long ones. The express ray is an electromagnetic vibration of frequency far higher than even of the cosmic ray, and correspondingly more powerful and more penetrating. The girl frowned, running slim fingers through golden brown hair.
But I don't see how they get any recognizable object, not even how they get the radiation turned back into matter.
The beam is focused, just like the light that passes through a camera lens. The photographic lens, using light rays, picks up a picture and reproduces it again on the plate, just the same as the express ray picks up an object and sets it down on the other side of the world. An analogy from television might help. You know that by means of the scanning disk, the picture is transformed into mere rapid fluctuations in the brightness of a beam of light. In a parallel manner, the focal plane of the express ray moves slowly through the object, progressively, dissolving layers of the thickness of a single atom, which are accurately reproduced at the other focus of the instrument, which might be in Venus. But the analogy of the lens is the better of the two, for no receiving instrument is required, as in television. The object is built up of an infinite series of plane layers, at the focus of the ray, no matter where that may be. Such a thing would be impossible with radio apparatus, because even with the best beam transmission, all but a tiny fraction of the power is lost, and power is required to rebuild the atoms. Do you understand, dear?
Not altogether, but I should worry. Here comes breakfast. Let me butter your toast.
A bell had rung on the shaft. She ran to it, and returned with a great silver tray, laden with dainty dishes, which she set on a little side table. They sat down opposite each other and ate, getting as much satisfaction from contemplation of each other's faces as from the excellent food. When they had finished, she carried the tray to the shaft, slid it in a slot, and touched a button, thus disposing of the culinary cares of the morning. She ran back to Eric, who was once more staring distastefully at his typewriter.
Oh, darling, I'm thrilled to death about the Cosmic Express. If we could go to Venus, to a new life on a new world, and get away from all this hateful conventional society.
We can go to their office. It's only 5 minutes. The chap that operates the machine for the company is a pal of mine. He's not supposed to take passengers except between the offices they have scattered about the world, but I know his weak point. Eric laughed, fumbled with the hidden spring under his desk. A small polished object, gleaming silvery, slid down into his hand. Old friendship, plus this, would make him like spinach. 5 minutes later, Mr. Eric Stokes Harding and his pretty wife were in street clothes, light silk tunics of loose, flowing lines. Little clothing being required in the artificially warmed city, they entered an elevator and dropped 30 stories to the ground floor of the great building. There they entered a cylindrical car, with rows of seats down the sides, not greatly different from an ancient subway car, except that it was airtight, and was hurled by magnetic attraction and repulsion through a tube exhausted of air, at a speed that would have made an old subway rider gasp with amazement. In 5 more minutes their car had whipped up to the base of another building, in the business section, where there was no room for parks between the mighty structures that held the unbroken glass roofs 200 stories above the concrete pavement. An elevator brought them up 150 stories. Eric led Nada down a long, carpeted corridor to a wide glass door, which bore the words, Cosmic Express, stenciled in gold capitals across it. As they entered, a lean man, carrying a black bag, darted out of an elevator shaft opposite the door, ran across the corridor, and entered. They pushed in after him. They were in a little room, cut in two by a high brass grill. In front of it was a long bench against the wall, that reminded one of the waiting room in an old railway depot. In the grill was a little window, with a lazy, brown-eyed youth leaning on the shelf behind it. Beyond him was a great glittering piece of mechanism, half hidden by the brass. A little door gave access to the machine from the space before the grill. The thin man in black, whom Eric now recognized as a prominent French heart specialist, was dancing before the window, waving his bag frantically, raving at the sleepy boy.
Quick! I have tell you the truth. I have the most urgent necessity to go quickly. A patient I have in Paris, that is in the most critical condition.
Hold your horses just a minute, mister. We got a client in the machine now. Russian diplomat from Moscow to Rio de Janeiro. $270.80, please. Your turn next. Remember, this is just an experimental service. Regular installations all over the world in a year. Ready now? Come on in. The youth took the money, pressed a button. The door sprang open in the grill, and the frantic physician leaped through it. Lie down on the crystal, face up, the young man ordered. Hands at your sides. Don't breathe. Ready. He manipulated his dials and switches and pressed another button. "Why, hello, Eric, old man," he cried. "That's the lady you were telling me about? Congratulations." A bell jangled before him on the panel. Just a minute. I got a call." He punched the board again. Little bulbs lit and glowed for a second. The youth turned toward the half-hidden machine, spoke courteously. "All right, madam. Walk out. Hope you found the transit pleasant."
"But my Violet, my precious Violet."
A shrill female voice came from the machine.
"Sir, what have you done with my darling Violet?"
"I'm sure I don't know, madam. You lost it off your hat?"
"None of your impertinence, sir. I want my dog."
A dog. Ah, a dog. Must have jumped off the crystal. You can have him sent on for 300 and...
"Young man, if any harm comes to my Violet, I'll appeal to the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals."
Very good, madam. We appreciate your patronage." The door flew open again. A very fat woman, puffing angrily, face highly colored, clothing shimmering with artificial gems, waddled pompously out of the door through which the frantic French doctor had so recently vanished. She rolled heavily across the room and out into the corridor. Shrill words floated back.
"I'm going to see my lawyer. My precious Violet."
The sallow youth winked. "And now what can I do for you, Eric?" "We want to go to Venus, if that ray of yours can put us there." "To Venus? Impossible. My orders are to use the express merely between the 16 designated stations at New York, San Francisco, Tokyo, London, Paris. See here, Charlie." With a cautious glance toward the door, Eric held up the silver flask. "For old time's sake, and for this." The boy seemed dazed at sight of the bright flask. Then, with a single swift motion, he snatched it out of Eric's hand, and bent to conceal it below the instrument panel. "Sure, old boy. I send you to heaven for that, if you give me the micrometer readings to set the ray with. But I tell you, this is dangerous. I've got a sort of television attachment for focusing the ray. I can set that on Venus. I've been amusing myself, watching the life there already. Terrible place. Savage. I can pick a place on high land to set you down, but I can't be responsible for what happens afterwards. Simple, primitive life is what we're looking for. And now what do I owe you?" "Oh, that's all right. Between friends, provided that stuff's genuine. Walk in and lie down on the crystal block. Hands at your sides. Don't move." The little door had swung open again, and Eric led Nada through. They stepped into a little cell, completely surrounded with mirrors and vast prisms and lenses and electron tubes. In the center was a slab of transparent crystal, 8 feet square and 2 inches thick, with an intricate mass of machinery below it. Eric helped Nada to a place on the crystal, and lay down at her side. "I think the cosmic ray is focused just at the surface of the crystal, from below," he said. "It dissolves our substance, to be transmitted by the beam. It would look as if we were melting into the crystal." "Ready," called the youth. "Think I got it for you. Sort of a high island in the jungle. Nothing bad in sight now, but I say, how are you coming back? I haven't got time to watch you." "Go ahead. We aren't coming back." A bell jangled. "So long," the youth called. Nada and Eric felt themselves enveloped in fire. Sheets of white flame seemed to lap up about them from the crystal block. Suddenly there was a sharp tingling sensation where they touched the polished surface. Then blackness. Blankness. The next thing they knew, the fires were gone from about them. They were lying in something extremely soft and fluid, and warm rain was beating on their faces. Eric sat up, found himself in a mud puddle. Beside him was Nada, opening her eyes and struggling up, her bright garments stained with black mud. All about rose a thick jungle, dark and gloomy, and very wet. Palm-like, the gigantic trees were, or fern-like, flinging clouds of feathery green foliage high against a somber sky of unbroken gloom. They stood up, triumphant.
"At last,"
Nada cried.
"we're free. Free of that hateful old civilization. We're back to nature."
"Yes. We're on our feet now, not parasites on the machines."
"It's wonderful to have a fine, strong man like you to trust in, Eric. You're just like one of the heroes in your books.
You're the perfect companion, Nada. But now we must be practical. We must build a fire, find weapons, set up a shelter of some kind. I guess it'll be night pretty soon. And Charlie said something about the savage animals he had seen in the television. We'll have a nice dry cave, and have a fire in front of the door, and skins of animals to sleep on, and pottery vessels to cook in. And you'll find seeds and grow grain. But first we must find a flint bed. We need flint for tools, and to strike sparks to make a fire with. We'll probably come across a chunk of virgin copper, too. It's found native. Presently they set off through the jungle. The mud seemed to be very abundant, and of a most sticky consistency. They sank into it ankle-deep at every step, and vast masses of it clung to their feet. A mile they struggled on, without finding where a provident nature had left them even a single fragment of quartz, to say nothing of a mass of pure copper. "A darned shame," Eric grumbled, "to come 40 million miles and meet such a reception as this." Nada stopped.
Eric, she said, I'm tired, and I don't believe there's any rock here anyway. You'll have to use wooden tools, sharpened in the fire.
Probably you're right. This soil seemed to be of an alluvial origin. Shouldn't be surprised if the native rock is some hundreds of feet underground. Your idea is better.
You can make a fire by rubbing sticks together, can't you?
It can be done, I'm sure. I've never tried it myself. We need some dry sticks first. They resumed the weary march, with a good fraction of the new planet adhering to their feet. Rain was still falling from the dark heavens in a steady, warm downpour. Dry wood seemed scarce as the proverbial hen's teeth.
You didn't bring any matches, dear?
Matches? Of course not. We're going back to nature.
I hope we get a fire pretty soon.
If dry wood were gold dust, we couldn't buy a hot dog.
Eric, that reminds me. I'm hungry.
He confessed to a few pangs of his own. They turned their attention to looking for banana trees and coconut palms, but they didn't seem to abound in the Venerian jungle. Even small animals that might have been slain with a broken branch had contrary ideas about the matter. At last, from sheer weariness, they stopped and gathered branches to make a sloping shelter by a vast fallen tree trunk. "This'll keep out the rain. Maybe," Eric said hopefully. "And tomorrow, when it's quit raining, I'm sure we'll do better." They crept in, as gloomy night fell without. They lay in each other's arms, the body warmth oddly comforting. Nada cried a little. "Buck up," Eric advised her. "We're back to nature, where we've always wanted to be." With the darkness, the temperature fell somewhat, and a high wind rose, whipping cold rain into the little shelter, and threatening to demolish it. Swarms of mosquito-like insects, seemingly not inconvenienced in the least by the inclement elements, swarmed about them in clouds. Then came a sound from the dismal, stormy night, a hoarse, bellowing roar, raucous, terrifying. Nada clung against Eric.
What is it, dear?
She chattered. "Must be a reptile, dinosaur, or something of the sort. This world seems to be in about the same state as the Earth when they flourished there. But maybe it won't find us." The roar was repeated, nearer. The earth trembled beneath a mighty tread.
Eric?
A thin voice trembled.
Don't you think it might have been better? You know, the old life wasn't so bad after all.
I was just thinking of our rooms, nice and warm and bright, with hot foods coming up the shaft whenever we pushed the button, and the gay crowds in the park, and my old typewriter.
Eric?
She called softly. Yes, dear?
Don't you wish we had known better?
I do. If he winced at the we, the girl did not notice. The roaring outside was closer, and suddenly it was answered by another raucous bellow, a comparable distance, that echoed strangely through the forest. The fearful sounds were repeated, alternately, and always the more distant seemed nearer, until the two sounds were together. And then an infernal din broke out in the darkness. Bellows, screams, deafening shrieks, mighty splashes, as if struggling titans had upset oceans, thunderous crashes, as if they were demolishing forests. Eric and Nada clung to each other, in doubt whether to stay or to fly through the storm. Gradually the sound of the conflict came nearer, until the earth shook beneath them, and they were afraid to move. Suddenly the great fallen tree against which they had erected the flimsy shelter was rolled back, evidently by a chance blow from the invisible monsters. The pitiful roof collapsed on the bedraggled humans. Nada burst into tears.
Oh, if only... if only...
Suddenly flame lapped up about them, the same white fire they had seen as they lay on the crystal block. Dizziness, insensibility overcame them. A few moments later, they were lying on the transparent table in the Cosmic Express office, with all those great mirrors and prisms and lenses about them. A bustling, red-faced official appeared through the door in the grill, fairly bubbling apologies.
So sorry. An accident. Inconceivable. I can't see how we got it. We got you back as soon as we could find a focus. I sincerely hope you haven't been injured. Why, Why, I happened in, found our operator drunk. I've no idea where he got this stuff. He muttered something about Venus. I consulted the auto register and found 2 more passengers registered here than had been recorded at our other stations. I looked up the duplicate beam coordinates and found that it had been set on Venus. I got men on the television at once, and we happened to find you. I can't imagine how it happened. I've had the fellow locked up, and the dry laws are on the job. I hope you won't hold us for excessive damages.
No, I ask nothing except that you don't press charges against the boy. I don't want him to suffer for it in any way. My wife and I will be perfectly satisfied to get back to our apartment.
I don't wonder. You look like you've been through... I don't know what. But I'll have you there in 5 minutes. My private car.
Mr. Eric Stokes Harding, noted author of Primitive Life and Love, ate a hearty meal with his pretty spouse after they had washed off the grime of another planet. He spent the next 12 hours in bed. At the end of the month he delivered his promised story to his publishers. A thrilling tale of a man marooned on Venus, with a beautiful girl. The hero made stone tools, erected a dwelling for himself and his mate, hunted food for her, defended her from the mammoth saurian monsters of the Venerian jungles. The book was a huge success. End of The Cosmic Express.
The Day Time Stopped Moving. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Day Time Stopped Moving by Bradner Buckner. All Dave Miller wanted to do was commit suicide in peace. He tried, but the things that happened after he'd pulled the trigger were all wrong. Like everyone standing around like statues. No St. Peter, no pearly gate, no pitchforks or halos. He might just as well have saved the bullet. Dave Miller would never have done it had he been in his right mind. The Millers were not a melancholy stock, hardly the sort of people you expect to read about in the morning paper who have taken their lives the night before. But Dave Miller was drunk, abominably, roaringly so, and the barrel of the big revolver as he stood against the sink made a ring of coldness against his right temple. Dawn was beginning to stain the frosty kitchen windows. In the faint light, the letter lay a gray square against the drainboard tiles. With the melodramatic gesture of the very drunk, Miller had scrawled across the envelope, "This is why I did it." He had found Helen's letter in the envelope when he staggered into their bedroom 15 minutes ago, at 5:15. As had frequently happened during the past year, he'd come home from the store a little late, about 12 hours late, in fact. And this time, Helen had done what she had long threatened to do. She had left him. The letter was brief, containing a world of heartbreak and broken hopes. "I don't mind having to scrimp, Dave. No woman minds that, if she feels she's really helping her husband over a rough spot. When business went bad a year ago, I told you I was ready to help in any way I could, but you haven't let me. You quit fighting when things got difficult, and put in all your money and energy on liquor and horses and cards. I could stand being married to a drunkard, Dave, but not to a coward." So she was trying to show him, but Miller told himself he'd show her instead. Coward, eh? Maybe this would teach her a lesson. Hell of a lot of help she'd been. Nag at him every time he took a drink. Holler bloody murder when he put $25 on a horse, with a chance to make 500. What man wouldn't do those things? His drugstore was on the skids. Could he be blamed for drinking a little too much if alcohol dissolved the morbid vapors of his mind? Miller stiffened angrily and tightened his finger on the trigger. But he had one moment of frank insight, just before the hammer dropped, and brought the world tumbling about his ears. It brought with it a realization that the whole thing was his fault. Helen was right. He was a coward. There was a poignant ache in his heart. She'd been as loyal as they came. He knew that. He could have spent his nights thinking up new business tricks instead of swilling whiskey. Could have gone out of his way to be pleasant to customers, not snap at them when he had a terrific hangover. And even Miller knew nobody ever made any money on the horses, at least not when he needed it. But horses and whiskey and business had become tragically confused in his mind. So here he was, full of liquor and madness, with a gun to his head. Then again, anger swept his mind clean of reason, and he threw his chin up and gripped the gun tight. "Run out on me, will she?" he muttered thickly. "Well, this'll show her." In the next moment, the hammer fell, and Dave Miller had shown her. Miller opened his eyes with a start. As plain as black on white, he'd heard a bell ring, the most familiar sound in the world, too. It was the unmistakable tinkle of his cash register. Now, how in hell, the thought began in his mind, and then he saw where he was. The cash register was right in front of him. It was open, and on the marble slab lay a customer's 5-spot. Miller's glance strayed up and around him. He was behind the drug counter, all right. There were a man and a girl sipping cokes at the fountain, to his right. The magazine racks by the open door. The tobacco counter across from the fountain, and right before him was a customer. Good Lord, he thought, was all this a dream? Sweat oozed out on his clammy forehead. That stuff of Herman's that he had drunk during the game, it had a rank taste. But he wouldn't have thought anything short of marijuana could produce such hallucinations as he had just had. Wild conjectures came boiling up from the bottom of Miller's being. How did he get behind the counter? Who was the woman he was waiting on? What? The woman's curious stare was what jarred him completely into the present. Get rid of her, was his one thought. Then sit down behind the scenes and try to figure it all out. His hand poised over the cash drawer. Then he remembered he didn't know how much he was to take out of the 5. Avoiding the woman's glance, he muttered, "Let's see now. Was that, how much did I say?" The woman made no answer. Miller cleared his throat, said uncertainly, "I beg your pardon, ma'am. Did I say 75 cents?" It was just a feeler, but the woman didn't even answer to that. And it was right then that Dave Miller noticed the deep silence that brooded in the store. Slowly his head came up, and he looked straight into the woman's eyes. She returned him a cool, half-smiling glance, but her eyes neither blinked nor moved. Her features were frozen. Lips parted, teeth showing a little, the tip of her tongue was between her even white teeth as though she had started to say, "This," and stopped with the syllable unspoken. Muscles began to rise behind Miller's ears. He could feel his hair stiffen like filings drawn to a magnet. His glance struggled to the soda fountain. What he saw there shook him to the core of his being. The girl who was drinking a Coke had the glass to her lips, but apparently she wasn't sipping the liquid. Her boyfriend's glass was on the counter. He had drawn on a cigarette and exhaled the gray smoke. That smoke hung in the air like a large, elongated balloon with the small end disappearing between his lips. While Miller stared, the smoke did not stir in the slightest. There was something unholy, something supernatural about this scene. With apprehension rippling down his spine, Dave Miller reached across the cash register and touched the woman on the cheek. The flesh was warm, but as hard as flint. Tentatively, the young druggist pushed harder, finally shoved with all his might. For all the result, the woman might have been a 2-ton bronze statue. She neither budged nor changed the expression. Panic seized Miller. His voice hit a high, hysterical tenor as he called to his soda jerker. "Pete! Pete!" he shouted. "What in God's name is wrong here?" The blond youngster with a towel wadded in a glass did not stir. Miller rushed from the back of the store, seized the boy by the shoulders, tried to shake him, but Pete was rooted to the spot. Miller knew now that what was wrong was something greater than a hallucination or a hangover. He was in some kind of trap. His first thought was to rush home and see if Helen was there. There was a great sense of relief when he thought of her. Helen, with her grave blue eyes and understanding manner, would listen to him and know what was the matter. He left the haunted drugstore at a run, darted around the corner, and up the street to his car. But though he had not locked the car, the door resisted his twisting grasp. Shaking, pounding, swearing, Miller wrestled with each of the doors. Abruptly, he stiffened, as a horrible thought leaped into his being. His gaze left the car and wandered up the street. Past the intersection, past the one beyond that, on up the thoroughfare until the gray haze of the city dimmed everything. And as far as Dave Miller could see, there was no trace of motion. Cars were poised in the street, some passing other machines, some turning corners. A streetcar stood at a safety zone. A man who had leaped from the bottom step hung in space a foot above the pavement. Pedestrians paused with one foot up. A bird hovered above a telephone pole, its wings glued to the blue vault of the sky. With a choked sound, Miller began to run. He did not slacken his pace for 15 minutes, until around him were the familiar, reassuring trees and shrub-bordered houses of his own street. But yet, how strange to him. The season was autumn, and the air filled with brown and golden leaves that tossed on a frozen wind. Miller ran by two boys lying on a lawn, petrified into a modern counterpart of the sculptor's The Wrestlers. The sweetish tang of burning leaves brought a thrill of terror to him, for, looking down an alley from whence the smoke drifted, he saw a man tending a fire whose leaping flames were red tongues that did not move. Sobbing with relief, the young druggist started up on his own walk. He tried the front door. found it locked, and jammed a thumb against the doorbell. But of course the little metal button was as immovable as a mountain. So in the end, after convincing himself that the key could not be inserted into the lock, he sprang toward the back. The screen door was not latched, but it might as well have been the steel door of a bank vault. Miller began to pound on it, shouting, "Helen! Helen! Are you in there? My God, dear, there's something wrong. You've got to—" The silence that flowed in again when his voice choked off was the dead stillness of the tomb. He could hear his voice rustling through the empty rooms, and at last it came back to him like a taunt. "Helen! Helen!" Chapter 2. Time Stands Still. For Dave Miller, the world was now a planet of death on which he alone lived and moved and spoke. Staggered, utterly beaten, he made no attempt to break into his home. But he didn't stumble around to the kitchen window and try to peer in, anxious to see if there was a body on the floor. The room was in semi-darkness, however, and his straining eyes made out nothing. He returned to the front of the house, shambling like a somnambulist. Seated on the porch steps, head in hands, he slipped into a hell of regrets. He knew now that his suicide had been no hallucination. He was dead, all right, and this must be hell or purgatory. Bitterly, he cursed his drinking that had led him to such a mad thing as suicide. Suicide! He, Dave Miller, a coward who had just taken his own life. Miller's whole being crawled with revulsion. If he just had the last year to live over again, he thought fervently. And yet, through it all, some inner strain kept trying to tell him he was not dead. This was his own world, all right, and essentially unchanged. What had happened to it was beyond the pale of mere guesswork. But this one thing began to be clear. This was a world in which change or motion of any kind was a foreigner. Fire would not burn, and smoke did not rise. Doors would not open. Liquids were solid. Miller's stubbing toe could not move a pebble, and a blade of grass easily supported his weight without bending. In other words, Miller began to understand, change had been stopped as surely as if a master hand had put a finger on the world's balance wheel. Miller's ramblings were terminated by the consciousness that he had an acute headache. His mouth tasted, as Herman used to say after a big night, as if an army had camped in it. Coffee and a bromo were what he needed. But it was a great awakening to him when he found a restaurant and learned that he could neither drink the coffee nor get the lid off the bromo bottle. Fragrant coffee steam hung over the glass percolator, but even this steam was as a brick wall to his probing touch. Miller started gloomily to thread his way through the waiters in back of the counter again. Moments later, he stood in the street, and there were tears swimming in his eyes. "Helen!" His voice was a pleading whisper. "Helen! Honey! Where are you?" There was no answer, but the pitiful palpitation of utter silence. And then there was movement at Dave Miller's right. Something shot from between the parked cars and crashed against him, something brown and hairy and soft. It knocked him down. Before he could get his breath, a red, wet tongue was licking his face and hands, and he was looking up into the face of a police dog. Frantic with joy at seeing another in this city of death, the dog would scarcely let Miller rise. It stood up to plant big wet paws on his shoulders and try to lick his face. Miller laughed out loud, a laugh with a throaty catch in it. "Where'd you come from, boy?" he asked. "Won't they talk to you either? What's your name, boy?" There was a heavy brass-studded collar about the animal's neck, and Dave Miller read on its little nameplate, "Major." "Well, Major, At least we've got company now, was Miller's sigh of relief. For a long time, he was too busy with the dog to bother about the sobbing noises. Apparently, the dog failed to hear them, for he gave no sign. Miller scratched him behind the ear. "What shall we do now, Major? Walk? Maybe your nose can smell out another friend for us." They had gone hardly 2 blocks when it came to him that there was a more useful way of spending their time. The library. Half convinced that the whole trouble stemmed from his suicide shot in the head, which was conspicuously absent now, he decided that a perusal of the surgery books in the public library might yield something he could use. That way they bent their steps, and were soon mounting the broad cement stairs of the building. As they went beneath the brass turnstile, the librarian caught Miller's attention with a smiling glance. He smiled back. "I'm trying to find something on brain surgery," he explained. With a shock then, he realized he had been talking to himself. In the next instant, Dave Miller whirled. A voice from the bookcases chuckled, "If you find anything, I wish you'd let me know. I'm stumped myself." From a corner of the room came an elderly, half-bald man with tangled gray brows and a rueful smile. A pencil was balanced over his ear, and a notebook was clutched in his hand. "Me too," he said. "I had hoped I was the only one." Miller went forward hurriedly to grip his hands. "I'm afraid I'm not so unselfish," he admitted. "I've been hoping for 2 hours that I'd run into some other poor soul." "Quite understandable," the stranger murmured sympathetically, "but in my case it is different. You see, I am responsible for this whole tragic business." "You?" Dave Miller gulped the word. I thought..." The man wagged his head, staring at his notepad, which was littered with jumbled calculations. Miller had a chance to study him. He was tall, heavily built, with wide, sturdy shoulders despite his 60 years. Oddly, he wore a gray-green smock. His eyes, narrowed and intent, looked gimlet-sharp beneath those toothbrush brows of his as he stared at the pad. "There's the trouble, right there," he muttered. "I provided only 3 stages of amplification, whereas 4 would have been barely enough. No wonder the phase didn't carry through." "I guess I don't follow you," Miller faltered. "You mean something you did?" "I should think it was something I did." The baldish stranger scratched his head with the tip of his pencil. "I'm John Erickson. You know, the Wanamaker Institute." Miller said, "Oh," in an understanding voice. Erickson was head of Wanamaker Institute, first laboratory of them all when it came to exploding atoms and blazing trails into the wilderness of science. Erickson's piercing eyes were suddenly boring into the younger man. "You've been sick, haven't you?" he demanded. "Well, no, not really sick," the druggist colored. "I'll have to admit to being drunk a few hours ago, though." "Drunk?" Erickson stuck his tongue in his cheek, shook his head, scowled. "No, that would hardly do it. There must have been something else. The impulsor isn't that powerful. I can understand about the dog, poor fellow. He must have been run over, and I caught him just at the instant of passing from life to death." "Oh." Dave Miller lifted his head, knowing now what Erickson was driving at. "Well, I might as well be frank. I committed suicide. That's how drunk I was. There hasn't been a suicide in the Miller family in centuries. It took a skinful of liquor to set the precedent." Erickson nodded wisely. "Perhaps we will find the precedent hasn't really been set. But no matter." His lifted hand stopped Miller's eager, wondering exclamation. "The point is, young man, we 3 are in a tough spot, and it's up to us to get out of it. And not only we, but heaven knows how many others the world over." Would you... maybe you can explain to my lay mind what's happened, Miller suggested. Of course. Forgive me. You see, Mr. Miller? Dave Miller. Dave it is. I have a feeling we're going to be pretty well acquainted before this is over. You see, Dave, I'm a nut on so-called time theories. I've seen time compared to everything from an entity to a long pink worm, but I disagree with them all, because they postulate the idea that time is constantly being manufactured. Such reasoning is fantastic. Time exists, not as an ever-growing chain of links, but because such a chain would have to have a tail end if it has a front end, and who could imagine the period when time did not exist? So I think time is like a circular train track, unending. We who live and die merely travel around on it. The future exists simultaneously with the past, for one instant when they meet. Miller's brain was humming. Erickson shot the words at him staccato fashion, as if they were things known from great primer days. The young druggist scratched his head. "You've got me licked," he admitted. "I'm a stranger here, myself." "Well, naturally you can't be expected to understand things I've been all my life puzzling about. Simplest way I can explain it is that we are on a train following this immense circular railway. When the train reaches the point where it started, it is about to plunge into the past, but this is impossible, because the point where it started is simply the caboose of the train, and that point is always ahead and behind the time train. Now, my idea was that with the proper stimulus, a man could be thrust across the diameter of this circular railway to a point in his past. Because of the nature of time, he could neither go ahead of the train to meet the future, nor could he stand still and let the caboose catch up with him. But he could detour across the circle and land farther back on the train. And that, my dear Dave, is what you and I and Major have done. Almost." "Almost?" Miller said hoarsely. Erickson pursed his lips. "We are somewhere partway across the space between present and past. We are living in an instant that can move neither forward nor back. You and I, Dave, and Major, and the Lord knows how many others the world over, have been thrust by my time impulsor onto a timeless breach of eternity. We have been caught in time's backwash. Castaways, you might say." An objection clamored for attention in Miller's mind. "But if this is so, where are the rest of them? Where is my wife?" "They are right here," Erickson explained. "No doubt you could see your wife if you could find her. But we see them as statues because, for us, time no longer exists. But there was something I did not count on. I did not know that it would be possible to live in one small instant of time, as we are doing. And I did not know that only those who are hovering between life and death can deviate from the normal process of time." "You mean we're dead?" Miller's voice was a bitter monotone. "Obviously not. We're talking and moving, aren't we? But we are on the fence. When I gave my impulsor the jolt of high power, it went wrong, and I think something must have happened to me. At the same instant, you had shot yourself. Perhaps, Dave, you are dying. The only way for us to find out is to try to get the machine working and topple ourselves one way or the other. If we fall back, we will all live. If we fall into the present, we may die. Either way, it's better than this," Miller said fervently. "I came to the library here hoping to find out the things I must know. My own books are locked in my study. And these, they might be cemented in their places for all their use to me. I suppose we might as well go back to the lab." Miller nodded, murmuring, "Maybe you'll get an idea when you look at the machine again." Let's hope so, said Erickson grimly. God knows I've failed so far. Chapter 3. Splendid Sacrifice. It was a solid hour's walk out to West Wiltshire, where the laboratory was. The immense bronze and glass doors of Wanamaker Institute were closed, and so barred to the two men, but Erickson led the way down the side. We can get in a service door, then we climb through transoms and ventilators until we get to my lab. Major frisked along beside them. He was enjoying the action and the companionship. It was less of an adventure to Miller, who knew death might be ahead for the three of them. Two workmen were moving a heavy cabinet in the side service door. To get in, they climbed up the back of the rear workman, walked across the cabinet, and scaled down the front of the leading man. They went up the stairs to the 15th floor. Here they crawled through a transom into the wing marked Experimental. Enter only by appointment. Major was helped through it. Then they were crawling along the dark metal tunnel of an air conditioning ventilator. It was small and took some wriggling. In the next room, they were confronted by a stern receptionist on whose desk was a little brass sign reading, "Have you an appointment?" Miller had had his share of experience with receptionist ways in his days as a pharmaceutical salesman. He took the greatest pleasure now in lighting his cigarettes from a match struck on the girl's nose. Then he blew the smoke in her face and hastened to crawl through the final transom. John Erickson's laboratory was well lighted by a glass brick wall and a huge skylight. The sun's rays glinted on the time impulsor. The scientist explained the impulsor in concise terms. When he had finished, Dave Miller knew just as little as before, and the outfit still resembled three transformers in a line, of the type seen on power poles, connected to a great bronze globe hanging from the ceiling. "There's the monster that put us in this plight," Erickson grunted. "Too strong to be legal, too weak to do the job right. Take a good look." With his hands jammed in his pockets, he frowned at the complex machinery. Miller stared a few minutes, then transferred his interest to other things in the room. He was immediately struck by the resemblance of a transformer in a far corner to the ones lined up with the impulsor. "What's that?" he asked quickly. "Looks the same as the ones you used over there." "It is. But didn't you say all you needed was another stage of power?" "That's right." "Maybe I'm crazy." Miller stared from impulsor to transformer and back again. "Why don't you use it then?" "Using what for connection?" Erickson's eyes gently mocked him. "Wire, of course." The scientist jerked a thumb at a small bale of heavy copper wire. "Bring it over and we'll try it." Miller was halfway to it when he brought up short. Then a sheepish grin spread over his features. "I get it," he chuckled. "That bale of wire might be the Empire State Building as far as we're concerned. Forgive my stupidity." Erickson suddenly became serious. "I'd like to be optimistic, Dave," he muttered, "but in all fairness to you, I must tell you I see no way out of this. The machine is of course still working, and with that extra stage of power, the uncertainty would be over. But where in this world of immovable things will we find a piece of wire 25 feet long?" There was a warm, moist sensation against Miller's hand, and when he looked down, Major stared up at him commiseratingly. Miller scratched him behind the ear, and the dog closed his eyes, reassured and happy. The young druggist sighed, wishing there were some giant hand to scratch him behind the ear and smooth his troubles over. "And if we don't get out," he said soberly, "we'll starve, I suppose." "No, I don't think it will be that quick. I haven't felt any hunger. I don't expect to. After all, our bodies are still living in one instant of time, and a man can't work up a healthy appetite in 1 second. Of course, This elastic second business precludes the possibility of disease. Our bodies must go on unchanged. The only hope I see is, when we are on the verge of madness, suicide. That means jumping off a bridge, I suppose. Poison, guns, knives, all the usual wherewithal are denied to us. Black despair closed down on Dave Miller. He thrust it back, forcing a crooked grin. "Let's make a bargain," he offered. "When we finish fooling around with this apparatus, we split up. We'll only be at each other's throat if we stick together. I'll be blaming you for my plight, and I don't want to. It's my fault as much as yours. How about it?" John Erickson gripped his hand. "You're all right, Dave. Let me give you some advice. If ever you do get back to the present, keep away from liquor. Liquor and the Irish never did mix. You'll have that store on its feet again in no time." "Thanks," Miller said fervently, "and I think I can promise that nothing less than a whiskey antidote for snakebite will ever make me bend an elbow again." For the next couple of hours, despondency reigned in the laboratory, but it was soon to be deposed again by hope. Despite all of Erickson's scientific training, it was Dave Miller himself who grasped the down-to-earth idea that started them hoping again. He was walking about the lab, jingling keys in his pocket, when suddenly he stopped short. He jerked the ring of keys into his hand. "Erickson!" he gasped. "We've been blind! Look at this!" The scientist looked, but he remained puzzled. "Well?" he asked skeptically. "There's our wire!" Dave Miller exclaimed. "You've got keys? I've got keys. We've got coins, knives, wristwatches. Why can't we lay them all end to end?" Erickson's features looked as if they had been electrically shocked. "You've hit it!" he cried. "If we've got enough." With one accord, they began emptying their pockets, tearing off wristwatches, searching for pencils. The finds made a little heap in the middle of the floor. Erickson let his long fingers claw through thinning hair. "God give us enough. We'll only need the one wire. The thing is plugged in already, and only the positive pole has to be connected to the globe. Come on." Scooping up the assortment of metal articles, they rushed across the room. With his pocket knife, Dave Miller began breaking up the metal wristwatch straps, opening the links out so they could be laid end to end for the greatest possible length. They patiently broke the watches to pieces, and of the junk they garnered made a ragged foot and a half of wire. Their coins stretched the line still further. They had 10 feet covered before the stuff was half used up. Their metal pencils, taken apart, gave them a good 2 feet. Keychains helped generously. With 18 feet covered, their progress began to slow down. Perspiration poured down Miller's face. Desperately, he tore off his lodge ring and cut it in two to pound it flat. From garters and suspenders, they won a few inches more, and then they stopped, feet from their goal. Miller groaned. He tossed his pocket knife in his hand. "We can get a foot out of this," he estimated, "but that still leaves us way short." Abruptly, Erickson snapped his fingers. "Shoes!" he gasped. "They're full of nails. Get to work with that knife, Dave. We'll cut out every one of them." In 10 minutes, the shoes were reduced to ragged piles of tattered leather. Erickson's deft fingers painstakingly placed the nails, one by one, in the line. The distance left to cover was less than 6 inches. He lined up the last few nails. Then both men were sinking back on their heels as they saw there was a gap of 3 inches to cover. "Beaten," Erickson ground out. "By 3 inches! 3 inches from the present, and yet it might as well be a million miles." Miller's body felt as though it were in a vise. His muscles ached with strain. So taut were his nerves that he leaned as though stung when Major nuzzled a cool nose into his hand again. Automatically, he began to stroke the dog's neck. "Well, that licks us. he muttered. "There isn't another piece of movable metal in the world." Major kept whimpering and pushing against him. Annoyed, the druggist shoved him away. "Go away," he muttered. "I don't feel like—" Suddenly, then his eyes widened as his touch encountered warm metal. He whirled. "There it is!" he yelled. "The last link! The nameplate on Major's collar!" In a flash, he had torn the little rectangular brass plate from the dog collar. Erickson took it from his grasp. Sweat stood shiny on his skin. He held the bit of metal over the gap between wire and pole. "This is it," he smiled brittlely. "We're on our way, Dave. Where? I don't know. To death or back to life. But we're going." The metal clinked into place. Live, writhing power leaped through the wire, snarling across partial breaks. The transformers began to hum. The humming grew louder. Singing softly, the bronze globe over their heads glowed green. Dave Miller felt a curious lightness. There was a snap in his brain, and Erickson, Major, and the laboratory faded from his senses. Then came an interval when the only sound was the soft sobbing he had been hearing as if in a dream. That, and blackness that enfolded him like soft velvet. Then Miller was opening his eyes, to see the familiar walls of his own kitchen around him. Someone cried out, "Dave! Oh, Dave, dear!" It was Helen's voice, and it was Helen who cradled his head in her lap and bent her face close to his. "Oh, thank God that you're alive!" "Helen," Miller murmured. "What are you doing here?" "I couldn't go through with it. I just couldn't leave you. I came back and I heard the shot and ran in. The doctor should be here. I called him 5 minutes ago." "5 minutes? How long has it been since I shot myself?" "Oh, just 6 or 7 minutes. I called the doctor right away." Miller took a deep breath. Then it must have been a dream. All that, to happen in a few minutes. It wasn't possible. How could I have botched the job?" he muttered. "I wasn't drunk enough to miss myself completely." Helen looked at the huge revolver lying in the sink. "Oh, that old .45 of Grandfather's. It hasn't been loaded since the Civil War. I guess the powder got damp or something. It just sort of sputtered instead of exploding properly. Dave, promise me something. You won't ever do anything like this again if I promise not to nag you." Dave Miller closed his eyes. "There won't be any need to nag, Helen. Some people take a lot of teaching, but I've had my lesson. I've got ideas about the store, which I've been too lazy to try out. You know, I feel more like fighting right now than I have for years. We'll lick 'em, won't we, honey?" Helen buried her face in the hollow of his shoulder and cried softly. Her words were too muffled to be intelligible, but Dave Miller understood what she meant. He had thought the whole thing a dream. John Erickson, the time impulsor, and Major. But that night, he read an item in the Evening Courier that was to keep him thinking for many days. "Police investigate death of scientist here in laboratory. John M. Erickson, director of the Wanamaker Institute, died at work last night. Erickson was a beloved and valuable figure in the world of science, famous for his recently publicized time-lapse theory. Two strange circumstances surrounded his death. One was the presence of a German shepherd dog in the laboratory, its head crushed as if with a sledgehammer. The other was a chain of small metal objects stretching from one corner of the room to the other, as if intended to take the place of wire in a circuit. Police, however, discount this idea, as there was a roll of wire only a few feet from the body." The end. The Day Time Stopped Moving by Bradner Buckner. Recording by Tom Weiss.
Earthmen Bearing Gifts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Winterroud. Earthmen Bearing Gifts by Frederick Brown. Dar-Ree sat alone in his room meditating. From outside the door he caught a thought wave equivalent to a knock, and glancing at the door, he willed it to slide open. It opened. "Enter, my friend," he said. He could have projected the idea telepathically, but with only two persons present, speech was more polite. Ejon Khee entered. "You are up late tonight, my leader," he said. "Yes, Khee. Within an hour the Earth rocket is due to land, and I wish to see it. Yes, I know, it will land 1,000 miles away if their calculations are correct, beyond the horizon. But if it lands even twice that far, the flash of the atomic explosion should be visible. And I have waited long for first contact. For even though no Earthman will be on that rocket, it will still be first contact for them. Of course, our telepath teams have been reading their thoughts for many centuries, but this will be the first physical contact between Mars and Earth." Khee made himself comfortable on one of the low chairs. "True," he said. "I have not followed recent reports too closely, though. Why are they using an atomic warhead? I know they suppose our planet is uninhabited, but still—" "They will watch the flash through their lunar telescopes and get what do they call it? A spectroscopic analysis? That will tell them more than they know now, or think they know. Much of it is erroneous, about the atmosphere of our planet and the composition of its surface. It is—call it a sighting shot, Khee. They'll be here in person within a few oppositions, and then—" Mars was holding out, waiting for Earth to come. What was left of Mars, that is. This one small city of about 900 beings. The civilization of Mars was older than that of Earth, but it was a dying one. This was what remained of it. One city, 900 people. They were waiting for Earth to make contact, for a selfish reason and for an unselfish one. Martian civilization had developed in a quite different direction from that of Earth. It had developed no important knowledge of the physical sciences, no technology. But it had developed social sciences to the point where there had not been a single crime, let alone a war, on Mars for 50,000 years. And it had developed fully the parapsychological sciences of the mind, which Earth was just beginning to discover. Mars could teach Earth much. How to avoid crime and war to begin with. Beyond those simple things lay telepathy, telekinesis, empathy. And Earth would, Mars hoped, teach them something even more valuable to Mars. How, by science and technology, which it was too late for Mars to develop now, even if they had the type of minds which would enable them to develop these things, to restore and rehabilitate a dying planet, so that an otherwise dying race might live and multiply again. Each planet would gain greatly, and neither would lose. And tonight was the night when Earth would make its first sighting shot. Its next shot, a rocket containing Earthmen, or at least an Earthman, would be at the next opposition, 2 Earth years, or roughly 4 Martian years hence. The Martians knew this because their teams of telepaths were able to catch at least some of the thoughts of Earthmen, enough to know their plans. Unfortunately, at that distance, the connection was one way. Mars could not ask Earth to hurry its program, or tell Earth scientists the facts about Mars' composition and atmosphere, which would have made this preliminary shot unnecessary. Tonight, Ree, the leader, as nearly as the Martian word can be translated, and Khee, his administrative assistant and closest friend, sat and meditated together until the time was near. Then they drank a toast to the future, in a beverage based on menthol, which had the same effect on Martians as alcohol on Earthmen, and climbed to the roof of the building in which they had been sitting. They watched towards the north, where the rocket should land. The stars shone brilliantly and unwinkingly through the atmosphere. In Observatory No. 1, on Earth's moon, Raj Everett, His eye at the eyepiece of the spotterscope said triumphantly, "Thar she blew, Willie. And now, as soon as the films are developed, we'll know the score on that old planet Mars." He straightened up. There'd be no more to see now, and he and Willie Sanger shook hands solemnly. It was an historical occasion. "Hope it didn't kill anybody. Any Martians, that is. Raj, did it hit dead center in Syrtis Major?" "Near as matters. I'd say it was maybe 1,000 miles off to the south, and that's damn close on a 50-million-mile shot. Willie, do you really think there are any Martians?" Willie thought a second and then said, "No." He was right. End of Earthmen Bearing Gifts by Frederick Brown. Recording by Alan Winterowd. boomcoach.blogspot.com.
Impact. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Weiss. Impact by Irving E. Cox. They were languorous, anarchic, shameless in their pleasures. Were they lower than man, or higher? Over the cabin phone, Ann's voice was crisp with anger. "Mr. Lord, I must see you at once." "Of course, Ann." Lord tried not to sound uncordial. It was all part of a trade agent's job to listen to the recommendations and complaints of the teacher. But an interview with Ann Howard was always so arduous, so stiff with unrelieved righteousness. "I should be free until... Can you come to the schoolroom, Mr. Lord?" "If it's necessary. But I told you yesterday, there's nothing we can do to make them take the lessons." "I understand your point of view, Mr. Lord." Her words were barely civil, brittle shafts of ice. "However, this concerns Don. He's gone." "Gone? Where?" "Jump ship." "Are you sure, Ann? How long ago?" "I rather imagined you'd be interested," she answered with smug satisfaction. "Naturally, you'll want to see his note. I'll be waiting for you." The phone clicked decisively as she broke the connection. Impotent fury lashed Lord's mind. Anger at Don Howard, because the engineer was one of his key men, and childishly, anger at Don's sister, because she was the one who had broken the news. If it had come from almost anyone else, it would, somehow, have seemed less disastrous. Don's was the fourth desertion in less than a week, and the loss of trained personnel was becoming serious aboard the Ceres. But what did Ann Howard expect Lord to do about it? This was a trading ship. He had no military authority over his crew. As Lord stood up, his desk chair collapsed with a quiet hiss against the cabin wall, and on greased tubes the desk dropped out of sight beneath the bunk bed, giving Lord the luxury of an uncluttered floor space 8 feet square. He had the only private quarters on the ship, the usual distinction reserved for a trade agent in command. From a narrow wardrobe, curved to fit the projectile walls of the ship, Lord took a lightweight jacket marked with the tooled shoulder insignia of command. He smiled a little as he put it on. He was Martin Lord, trade agent and heir to the fabulous industrial trading empire of Hamilton Lord Incorporated. Yet he was afraid to face Ann Howard without the visible trappings of authority. He descended the spiral stairway to the midship airlock, a lead-walled chamber directly above the long power tubes of the Ceres. The lock door hung open, making an improvised landing porch 50 feet above the charred ground. Lord paused for a moment at the head of the runged landing ladder. Below him, in the clearing where the ship had come down, he saw the rows of plastic prefabs which his crew had thrown up: laboratories, sleeping quarters, a kitchen, and Ann Howard's schoolroom. Beyond the clearing was the edge of the magnificent forest which covered so much of this planet. Far away in the foothills of a distant mountain range, Lord saw the houses of a village, gleaming in the scarlet blaze of the setting sun. A world at peace, uncrowded, unscarred by the feverish excavation and building of man. A world at the zenith of its native culture, about to be jerked awake by the rude din of civilization. Lord felt a twinge of the same guilt that had tormented his mind since the Ceres had first landed, and with an effort he drove it from his mind. He descended the ladder and crossed the clearing, still blackened from the landing blast. He pushed open the sliding door of the schoolroom. It was large and pleasantly yellow-walled, crowded with projectors, view booths, stereo miniatures, and picture books, all the visual aids which Ann Howard would have used to teach the natives the cultural philosophy of the Galactic Federation. But the rows of seats were empty, and the gleaming machines still stood in their cases, for no one had come to Ann's school, in spite of her extravagant offers of trade goods. Ann sat waiting, ramrod straight, in front of a green-tinged projectoscope. She made no compromise with the heat, which had driven the men to strip to their fatigue shorts. Ann wore the full, formal uniform. A less strong-willed woman might have appeared wilted after a day's work. Ann's face was expressionless, a block of cold ivory. Only a faint mist of perspiration on her upper lip betrayed her acute discomfort. "You came promptly, Mr. Lord." There was a faint gleam of triumph in her eyes. "That was good of you." She unfolded her brother's note and gave it to Lord. It was a clear, straightforward statement of fact. Don Howard said he was deserting the mission, relinquishing his Federation citizenship. "I'm staying on this world. These people have something priceless, Ann. All my life I've been looking for it, dreaming of it. You wouldn't understand how I feel, but nothing else matters, Ann. Go home. Leave these people alone. Don't try to make them over." The last lines rang in sympathy with Lord's own feelings, and he knew that was absurd. Change would have to be made when the trade city was built. That was Lord's business. Expansion and progress, the lifeblood of the Federation. "What do you want me to do?" he demanded. "Go after Don and bring him back." "And if he refuses?" "I won't leave him here." "I have no authority to force him against his will, Ann." "I'm sure you can get help from this," her lip curled, "this native girl of yours. What's her name?" "Niaga." "Oh yes, Niaga. Quaint, isn't it?" She smiled flatly. He felt an almost irresistible urge to smash his fist into her jaw. Straight-laced, hopelessly blind to every standard but her own, what right did Ann have to pass judgment on Niaga? It was a rhetorical question. Ann Howard represented the Federation no less than Lord did himself. By law, the teachers rode every trading ship. In the final analysis, their certification could make or break any new planetary franchise. "Niaga has been very helpful, Ann. Cooperative, and—" "Oh, I'm sure she has, Mr. Lord." "I could threaten to cut off Don's bonus pay, I suppose. But it wouldn't do much good. Money has no meaning to these people, and if Don intends to stay here, it won't mean much to him, either." "How you do it, Mr. Lord, is not my concern. But if Don doesn't come home with us—" She favored him with another icy smile. "I'm afraid I'll have to make an adverse report when you apply for the franchise." "You can't, Ann." Lord was more surprised than angry. "Only in the case of a primitive and belligerent culture. I've seen no evidence of technology here." She paused. "And not the slightest indication that these people have any conception of moral values. Not by our standards, no. But we've never abandoned a planet for that reason alone." "I know what you're thinking, Mr. Lord. Men like you, the traders and the businessmen and the builders, you've never understood a teacher's responsibility. You make the big noise in the Federation, but we hold it together for you. I'm not particularly disturbed by the superficials I've seen here. The indecent dress of these people, their indolent villages, their congenital irresponsibility. All that disgusts me, but it has not affected my analysis. There's something else here, something far more terrible and more dangerous for us. I can't put it in words. It's horrible, and it's deadly. It's the reason why our men have deserted. They've had attractive women on other worlds, in the trade cities, anything money could buy, but they never jumped ship before. A certain percentage always will, Anne. Lord hoped he sounded reassuring, but he felt anything but reassured himself. Not because of what he said. These naive, altogether delightful people were harmless, but could the charming simplicity of their lives survive the impact of civilization? It was this world that was in danger, not by any stretch of the imagination, the Federation. As the thought occurred to him, he shrank from it with a kind of inner terror. It was heresy. The Federation represented the closest approximation of perfection mortal man would ever know. A brotherhood of countless species, a union of 1,000 planets, created by the ingenuity and the energy of man. The Pax Humana. How could it be a threat to any people, anywhere? That would be my recommendation. Suddenly Anne's self-assurance collapsed. She reached for his hand. Her fingers were cold and trembling. But if you bring Don back, I won't report against the franchise. You're offering to make a deal? You know the penalty. Collusion between a trade agent and a teacher assigned to his ship? Yes. I know the law, Mr. Lord. You're willing to violate it for Don? Why? Your brother's a big boy now. He's old enough to look after himself. Anne Howard turned away from him, and her voice dropped to a whisper. He isn't my brother, Mr. Lord. We had to sign on that way because your company prohibits a man and wife from sailing in the same crew. In that moment, she stripped her soul bare to him. Poor, plain, conscientious Anne Howard, fighting to hold her man, fighting the unknown odds of an alien world, the stealthy seduction of an immoral people. Lord understood Anne, then, for the first time. He saw the shadow of madness that crept across her mind, and he pitied her. I'll do what I can, he promised. As he left the schoolroom, she collapsed in a straight-backed chair, thin and unattractive, like Anne herself, and her shoulders shook with silent, bitter grief. Martin Lord took the familiar path to Niaga's village. The setting sun still spread its dying fire across the evening sky, but he walked slowly through the deep, quiet shadows of the forest. He came to the stream where he had met Niaga. He paused to dip his sweat-smeared face into the cool water cascading over a 5-foot fall. A pleasant flood of memory crowded his mind. When he had first met Niaga, almost a week before, she had been lying on the sandy bank of the stream, idly plaiting a garland of red and blue flowers. Niaga, a copper-skinned goddess, stark naked and unashamed in the bright spotlight of sun filtered through the trees. Languorous, laughing lips, long, black hair loosely caught in a net of filmy material that hung across her shoulder. The feeling of guilt and shame had stabbed at Lord's mind. He had come, unasked, into an Eden. He didn't belong here. His presence meant pillage, a rifling of a sacred dream. The landing had been a mistake. Oddly enough, the Ceres had landed here entirely by chance, the result of a boyish fling at adventure. Martin Lord was making a routine tour of representative trade cities before assuming his vice presidency in the central office of Hamilton Lord, Inc. It had been a family custom for centuries, ever since the first domed ports had been built on Mars and Venus. Lord was 26, and, like all the family, tall, slim, yellow-haired. As the Lords had for generations, Martin had attended the Chicago University of Commerce for 4 years, and the Princeton Graduate School in Interstellar Engineering 4 more, essential preparations for the successful Federation trader. In Chicago, Martin had absorbed the basic philosophy of the Federation. The union of planets and diverse peoples, created by trade, was an economy eternally prosperous and eternally growing, because the number of undiscovered and unexploited planets was infinite. The steady expansion of the trade cities kept demand always one jump ahead of supply. Every merchant was assured that this year's profits would always be larger than last. It was the financial millennium, from which depression and recession had been forever eliminated. At Princeton, Lord had learned the practical physics necessary for building, servicing, and piloting the standard interstellar merchant ships. Martin Lord's tour of the trade cities completed his education. It was his first actual contact with reality. The economy of progress, which had seemed so clear-cut in the Chicago lecture halls, was translated into a brawling, vice-ridden frontier city. In the older trade cities, the culture of man had come to dominate the occupied worlds. No trace of what alien peoples had been or had believed survived, except as museum oddities. This, Lord admitted to himself, was conquest, by whatever innocuous name it passed. But was it for good or evil? In the first shock of reality, Martin Lord had doubted himself and the destiny of the Federation, but only for a moment. What he saw was good. He had been taught to believe that, because the Federation was perfection. But the doubt, like a cancer, fed and grew in the darkness of Lord's soul. On the home trip, a mechanical defect of the calibration of the time power carried the Ceres off its course, light years beyond the segment of the galaxy occupied by the Federation. "We burned out a relay," Don Howard reported. "Have we replacements?" Lord asked. "It's no problem to fix, but the repairs would be easier if we could set the ship down somewhere." Lord glanced at the unknown sun and 3 satellite planets, which were plotted electronically on his cabin scanning screen. His pulse leaped with sudden excitement. This was his first, and last, chance for adventure, the only interstellar flight he would command in his lifetime. When he returned to Earth, he would be chained for the rest of his days to a desk job, submerged in a sea of statistical tables and financial statements. "Run an atmosphere analysis on these 3 worlds, Mr. Howard," he said softly. Driven by its auxiliary nuclear power plant, the ship moved closer to the new solar system. In half an hour, Don Howard brought Lord the lab report. 2 of the planets were enveloped in methane, but the third had an Earth-normal atmosphere. Lord gave the order for a landing, his voice pulsing with poorly concealed, boyish pleasure. The Ceres settled on a hilltop, its cushioning rockets burning an improvised landing area in the lush foliage. As the airlock swung open, Lord saw half a dozen golden-skinned savages standing on the edge of the clearing. As nearly as he could judge, they were men, but that was not too surprising, because a number of planets in the Federation had evolved sentient species which resembled man. The savages were unarmed and nearly naked. Tall, powerfully built men. They seemed neither awed nor frightened by the ship. Over the circle of scorched earth, Lord heard the sound of their voices. For a fleeting second, the words seemed to make sense. A clear, unmistakable welcome to the new world. But communication was inconceivable. This planet was far beyond the fringe of the Federation. Lord was letting his imagination run away with him. He flung out his arms in a universally accepted gesture of open-handed friendship. At once, the talk of the natives ceased. They stood waiting silently on the burned ground while the men unwound the landing ladder. Lord made the initial contact himself. The techniques which he had learned in the University of Commerce proved enormously successful. Within 10 minutes, rapport was established. In 20, the natives had agreed to submit to the linguistic machines. Lord had read accounts of other trailblazing commercial expeditions, and he knew he was establishing a record for speed of negotiation. The savages were quite unfrightened, as the electrodes were fastened to their skulls, entirely undisturbed by the whir of the machine. In less than an hour, they were able to use the common language of the Federation. Another record. Most species needed a week's indoctrination. Every new development suggested that these half-naked primitives, with no machine civilization, no cities, no form of spaceflight, had an intellectual potential superior to man's. The first question asked by one of the broad-shouldered savages underscored that conclusion. "Have you come to our world as colonists?" No mumbo-jumbo of superstition, no awe of strangers who had suddenly descended upon them from the sky. Lord answered, "We landed in order to repair our ship, but I hope we can make a trade treaty with your government." For a moment, the 6 men consulted among themselves with a silent exchange of glances. Then one of them smiled and said, "You must visit our villages and explain the idea of trade to our people." "Of course," Lord agreed, "if you could serve as interpreters." "Our people can learn your language as rapidly as we have, if we can borrow your language machine for a time." Lord frowned. "It's a rather complex device, and I'm not sure. You see, if something went wrong, you might do a great deal of harm." "We would use it just as you did. We saw everything you turned to make it run." One of the golden-skinned primitives made a demonstrate on, turning the console of dials with the ease and familiarity of a semantic expert. Again, Lord was impressed by their intelligence, and vaguely frightened. "You could call this the first trade exchange between your world and ours," another savage added. "Give us the machine, we'll send you fresh food from the village." The argument was logical, and eventually the natives had their way. Perhaps it was Ann Howard's intervention that decided the point. She vehemently disapproved. A gift of technique should be withheld until she had examined their cultural traditions. But Martin Lord was a trade agent, and he had no intention of allowing his mission to be wrecked by the ephemeral doubts of a teacher. Here at the onset was the time to make it clear that he was in command. He gave the natives the machine. As the 6 men trudged across the burned earth, carrying the heavy apparatus easily on their shoulders, Lord wondered if either he or Ann Howard had much to do with the negotiations. He had an unpleasant feeling that, from the very beginning, the natives had been in complete control of the situation. Less than an hour after the 6 men had departed, a band of natives emerged from the forest bearing gifts of food, straw baskets heaped with fruit, fresh meat wrapped in grass mats, hampers of bread, enormous pottery jars filled with a sweet, cold, milky liquid. Something very close to the miraculous had occurred. Every native had learned to use the Federation language. A kind of fiesta began in the clearing beside the stairies. The natives built fires to cook the food. The women, scantily dressed if they were clothed at all, danced sensuously in the bright sunlight to a peculiarly exotic minor-keyed music played on reed and percussion instruments. Laughing gaily, they enticed members of the Lord's crew to join them. The milky drink proved mildly intoxicating, yet different from the stimulants used in the Federation. Lord drank a long draught from a mug brought him by one of the women. The effect was immediate. He felt no dulling of his reason, however, no loss of muscular control, but instead a stealthy relaxation of mental strain, joined with a satisfying sense of physical well-being, a subtle shifting in perspective and accepted values. The savage feast, which grew steadily more boisterous, Lord would have called an orgy under other circumstances. The word did occur to him, but it seemed fantastically inapplicable. Normally, The behavior of his men would have demanded the severest kind of disciplinary action. But here the old code of rules simply didn't apply, and he didn't interfere with their enjoyment. The afternoon sun blazed in the western sky. Heat in shimmering waves hung over the clearing. Lord went into the ship and stripped off his uniform. Somehow, the glittering insignia, the ornamental braid, the stiff collar, designed to be impressive symbols of authority, seemed garish and out of place. Lord put on the shorts which he wore when he exercised in the capsule gym aboard ship. Outside again, he found that most of the men had done the same thing. The sun felt warm on his skin. The air was comfortably balmy, entirely free of the swarms of flies and other insects which made other newly contacted frontier worlds so rugged. As he stood in the shelter of the landing ladder and sipped a second mug of the white liquor, Lord became slowly aware of something else. Divested of their distinguishing uniforms, he and his crew seemed puny and ill-fed beside the natives. If physique were any index to the sophistication of a culture, but that was a ridiculous generalization. He saw Ann Howard coming toward him through the crowd, stern-faced, hard-jawed, stiffly dignified in her uniform. The other women among the crew had put on their lightest dress, but not Ann. Lord was in no frame of mind, just then, to endure an interview with her. He knew precisely what she would say. Ann was kind of a walking encyclopedia of the conventions. Lord slid out of sight in the shadow of the ship, but Ann had seen him. He turned blindly into the forest, running along the path toward the village. In a fern-banked glen beside the miniature waterfall, he had met Niaga. No woman he had ever known seemed so breathtakingly beautiful. Her skin had been caressed by a lifetime's freedom in the sun. Her long dark hair had the sheen of polished ebony, and in the firm, healthy curves of her body he saw the sensuous grace of a Venus or an Aphrodite. She stood up slowly and faced him, smiling. A bright shaft of sunlight fell on the liquid bow of her lips. "I am Niaga," she said. "You must be one of the men who came on the ship." "Martin Lord," he answered huskily. "I'm the trade agent in command." "I am honored." Impulsively, she took the garland of flowers which she had been making and put it around his neck. When she came close, the subtle perfume of her hair was unmistakable, like the smell of pine needles on a mountain trail, new grass during a spring rain, or the crisp winter air after a fall of snow. Perfume sharply symbolic of freedom, heady and intoxicating, numbing his mind with the ghosts of half-remembered dreams. "I was coming to your ship with the others," she said, "but I stopped here to swim, as I often do. I'm afraid I stayed too long, daydreaming on the bank. Time means so little to us." Shyly she put her hand in his. "But perhaps no harm is done, since you are still alone. If you have taken no one else, will I do?" I don't understand." "You are strangers. We want you to feel welcome." "Niaga, people don't. That is," he floundered badly. Intellectually, he knew he could not apply the code of his culture to hers. Emotionally, it was a difficult concept to accept. If his standards were invalid, his definitions might be, too. Perhaps the society was no more primitive than... No, a mature people would always develop more or less the same mechanical techniques, and these people had nothing remotely like a machine. "You sent us a gift," she said. "It is only proper for us to return the kindness." "You have made a rather miraculous use of the language machine in a remarkably short period of time." "We applied it to everyone in the village. We knew it would help your people feel at ease if we could talk together in a common tongue." You go to great pains to welcome a shipload of strangers." "Naturally. Consideration for others is the first law of humanity." After a pause, she added very slowly, with her eyes fixed on his, "Mr. Lord, do you plan to make a colony here?" "Eventually. After we repair the ship, I hope to negotiate a trade treaty with your government." "But you don't intend to stay here yourself?" "I couldn't." "Have we failed in our welcome? Is there something more?" "No, Niaga, nothing like that. I find your world very beautiful." The word very inadequately expressed what he really felt. "But I'm not free to make the choice." She drew in her breath sharply. "Your people, then, hold you enslaved?" He laughed uneasily. "I'm going home to manage Hamilton Lord. It's the largest trading company in the Federation. We have exclusive franchises to develop almost 500 planets. It's my duty, Niaga, my responsibility. I can't shirk it." "Why not? If you wanted to." "Because I'm Martin Lord. Because I've been trained. No, it's something I can't explain. You'll just have to take my word for it. Now tell me, how should I go about negotiating a treaty with your people?" "You spoke of the government, Martin Lord. I suppose you used the word in a symbolic sense." "Your chieftain, your tribal leader, whatever name you have for them." Her big dark eyes widened in surprise. "Then you meant actual men? It's a rather unusual use of the word, isn't it? For us, government is a synonym for law." "Of course, but you must have leaders to interpret it and enforce it." "Enforce a law?" This seemed to amuse her. "How? A law is a statement of truth in human relationship. It doesn't have to be enforced. What sane person would violate a truth?" "What would you do, Martin Lord, if I told you we had no government, in your sense of the word?" "You can't be that primitive, Niaga." "Would it be so terribly wrong?" "That's anarchy. There'd be no question, then, of granting us a trade franchise. We'd have to set up a trusteeship and let the teachers run your planet until you had learned the basic processes of social organization." Niaga turned away from him, her hands twisted together. She said in a soft whisper that was flat and emotionless, "We have a council of elders, Martin Lord. You can make your treaty with them." Then, imperceptibly, her voice brightened. "It will take a week or more to bring the council together, and that is all to the good. It will give your people time to visit in our villages and to get better acquainted with us." Niaga left him then. She said she would go to the village and send out the summons for the council. By a roundabout path, Lord returned to the clearing around the Ceres. The forest fascinated him. It was obviously cultivated like a park, and he was puzzled that a primitive society should practice such full-scale conservation. Normally, savages took nature for granted, or warred against it. He came upon a brown gash torn in a hillside above the stream, a place where natives were apparently working to build up the bank against erosion. In contrast to the beauty that surrounded it, the bare earth was indescribably ugly, like a livid scar in a woman's face. In his mind, Lord saw this scar multiplied 1,000 times, no, 1,000,000 times, when the machines of the galaxy came to rip out resources for the trade cities. He envisioned the trade cities that would rise against the horizon, the clutter of suburban subdivisions choking out the forest. He saw the pall of industrial smoke that would soil the clean air, the great machines clattering over asphalt streets. For the first time, he stated the problem honestly to himself. This world must be saved exactly as it was. But how? How could Lord continue to represent Hamilton Lord, Inc. as a reputable trade agent, and at the same time save Niaga's people from the impact of civilization. It was sunset when he returned to the Ceres. On the clearing, the festivities were still going on, but at a slower pace. Anne Howard was waiting for Lord at the door of his cabin. She registered her official disapproval of the revelry, which Lord had expected, and then she added, "We can't make a treaty with them. These people have no government with the authority to deal with us." "You're wrong, Anne. There's a council of elders." "I beg to differ, Mr. Lord." Her lips made a flat, grim line against her teeth. "This afternoon I made a point of talking to every native in the clearing. Their idea of government is something they call the law of humanity. Whether it is written down or not, I have no way of knowing, but certainly they have no such thing as a central authority. This rather indicates a teacher trusteeship for the planet, I believe." "You've made a mistake, Anne. I'll have to check for myself." Lord and Anne Howard moved together through the clearing, and he began to talk to the natives. In each case, he elicited the same information that Anne had given him. The mention of a governing council seemed to amuse the savages. Lord and Anne were still conducting their puzzling inquest when Niaga returned from the village. She said that the council had been called and would meet within a week. "There seems to be some difference of opinion," Anne told her coldly, "between you and your people." "Yes," Lord added uncertainly, "I've been asking about the council, and—" "But you didn't phrase the question clearly," Niaga put in smoothly. "We're not quite used to using your words yet, with your definitions." To make her point, she called the same natives whom Anne and Lord had questioned, and this time, without exception, they reversed their testimony. Lord was willing to believe the language had caused the difficulty. Niaga's people were entirely incapable of deception. What reason would they have had? From that hour, the clearing was never altogether free of native guests. They deluged Lord's crew with kindness and entertainment. Lord never left the ship, day or night, without having Niaga slip up beside him and put her arm through his. Because Anne Howard had made her objections so clear, the native women, in an effort to please the teacher, had taken to wearing more clothing than they were accustomed to. But they rejected the sack-like plastics which Anne dispensed in the schoolroom, and put on the mist-like, pastel-colored netting which they used normally to decorate their homes. If anything, the addition of clothing made the women more attractive than ever. The scientists among Lord's men analyzed the planetary resources and found the planet unbelievably rich in metals. The botanists determined that the seeds for the exotic fruits and flowers were exportable. All told, Niaga's world could develop into the richest franchise in the Federation. Niaga took Lord to visit the villages which were close to the landing site. Each town was exactly like its neighbors, a tiny cluster of small, yellow-walled, flat-roofed houses, nestled among the tall trees close to a cleared farmland which was worked cooperatively by everyone in the village. No single town was large, yet judging from the number that he saw, Lord estimated the planetary population in the billions. Continuously, Niaga tried to persuade him to stay and build a colony in the New World. Lord knew that the other natives were being as persuasive with the rest of the crew, and the temptation was very real to trade the energetic, competitive, exhausting routine that he knew for the quiet peace and relaxation here. As the days passed, the rigid scheduling of exploratory activities always practiced by a trade mission began to break down. The charming savages of this new world put no monetary value on time, and something of their spirit began to infect Lord's crew. They stopped bucking for overtime. Most of them applied for accumulated sick leave, so they could walk in the forest with the native women or swim in the forest pools. Even Lord found time to relax. One afternoon, after a swim with Niaga, They lay in the warm sun on a grassy bank of a stream. Niaga picked a blue, delicately scented water lily and gently worked it into his hair. Slowly, she bent her face close until her lips brushed his cheek. "Must you really go away when the treaty is made?" "I'm a lord, Niaga." "Does that matter, if you like it here?" "Niaga, I wish. I wish." He shrugged his shoulders helplessly. "Why is it so important for you to build your trade cities?" As he sought for words to answer her question, the spell of her presence was broken. He saw her for what she was, an extremely beautiful woman, sensuously very lovely, yet none the less a primitive, a forlorn child without any conception of the meaning of civilization. "We keep our union of planets economically sound," he explained patiently, "and at peace by constantly expanding. I have visited the schoolroom your teacher has put up beside the ship. I have seen her models of the many machines your people know how to build." "But why do you do it, Martin Lord?" "The machines make our lives easier and more comfortable. They—" "More comfortable than this?" She gestured toward the stream and the cultivated forest. "Your world moves at a pace of a walk, Niaga. With our machines, you could rise above your trees, reach your destination in minutes, when now it takes you days." "And miss all the beauty on the way? What point is there in saving time and losing so much that it really matters? Do your machines give you anything, you as a person, Martin Lord, that you couldn't have here without them?" The question was unanswerable. It symbolized the enormous gulf that lay between Niaga and himself. More than that, Lord saw clearly that the trade cities would destroy her world utterly. Neither Niaga nor her way of life could survive the impact of civilization. And the exotic charm, the friendly innocence, was worth saving. Somehow, Lord had to find a way to do it. Lord was by no means surprised when the first three men jumped ship and went to live in one of the quiet villages. Subconsciously, he envied them. Subconsciously, he wished he had the courage to make the same decision. Although Ann Howard demanded it, Lord couldn't seriously consider taking measures to stop further desertions. When Don Howard jumped ship, he brought the issue to a head. Ann maneuvered Lord so that he would have to take a stand. What and how, he didn't know. It was the first time since the landing that Niaga had not been waiting outside the ship for Lord. At his request, she had gone to the village to find out what progress had been made in calling the Council of Elders. Lord knew where to find her, but after his talk with Ann, he walked slowly along the forest path. He stopped to dip his face in the stream where he had first met Niaga. Anything to put off the showdown. Lord was trying desperately to understand and evaluate his own motivation. He accepted the fact that he had not stopped the desertions because, if enough men jumped ship, the Ceres would be unable to take off again. Lord could then have embraced Niaga's temptation without having to make the decision for himself. But that was a coward's way out, and no solution. There would always be people like Ann Howard who would not accept the situation. They would eventually make radio communication with the Federation, and the location of Niaga's world would no longer be a secret. Fundamentally, that was the only thing that counted: to preserve this world from the impact of civilization. Then suddenly, as he listened to the stream of music, Lord saw how that could be done. Ann Howard had offered him a deal. She would keep her word. Everything hinged on that. Don Howard had to be brought back. If persuasion failed, then by force. Martin Lord ran back to the clearing. From a supply shed, he took a pair of deadly atomic pistols. Their invisible, pinpoint knife of exploding energy could slice through 18 feet of steel, transform a mountain, into a cloud of radioactive dust. He ran through the forest to the village. As usual, the children were playing games on the grass, while the adults lounged in front of their dwellings and enjoyed community singing and dancing to the pulsing rhythm of their music. The sound of gaiety suddenly died as Lord walked between the rows of houses. Strange, he thought. They seemed to guess what was in his mind. Niaga ran from the quiet crowd and took his hand. "No, Martin Lord, you must not interfere." "Where's Howard?" "He is a free man. He has a right to choose." "I'm going to take him back." He drew one of his guns. She looked at him steadily, without fear, and she said, "We made you welcome. We have given you our friendship. And now you—" He pushed her aside brutally because her gentleness, her lack of anger, tightened the constriction of his own sense of guilt. Lord fired his weapon at the trunk of a tree. The wood flamed red for a moment, and the sound of the explosion rocked the air, powdering the grass with black ash. "This is the kind of power controlled by men," he said. His voice was harsh, shrill with shame and disgust for the role he had to play. "I shall use this weapon to destroy your homes, each one of them, one by one, unless you surrender Don Howard to me." As he turned the pistol slowly toward the closest yellow wall, Niaga whispered, "Violence is a violation of the law of humanity. We offered Don Howard sanctuary and peace, as we offer it to all of you. Stay with us, Martin Lord. Make your home here." He clenched his jaw. "I want Don, and I want him now." "But why must you go back? Your world is powerful. Your world is enormous with cities and machines. But what does it hold for you as a man, Martin Lord? Here we give you the dreams of your own soul, peace and beauty, laughter and dignity. Surrender Don." Although he was vaguely aware of it, he had no time to consider consciously the strangely sophisticated wording of her argument. When she continued to talk in the same gentle voice, the temptation caressed his mind like a narcotic. Against his will, the tension began to wash from his muscles. Driven by a kind of madness to escape the sound of her voice, he pulled the trigger. The yellow wall exploded. Concussion throbbed in his ears, deafening him, but he still heard her whisper in the depths of his soul, like the music of a forest stream. Then, at the end of the village street, he saw Don Howard coming out of one of the houses with his hands held high. "You win, Lord. Leave them alone." It was victory, but Lord felt no triumph, only a crushing bitterness. He motioned Howard to take the path back to the ship. To Niaga he said, "If your council of elders ever gets around to meeting, you might tell them that, as far as I'm concerned, you've already signed the trade treaty with me. We're leaving in the morning to register the franchise." "You'd break your own law? You said the negotiations had to be—" "Our men will come shortly to build the first trade city. I advise you not to resist them. They'll be armed with guns more powerful than mine." She reached for his hand, but Lord turned away from her quickly, so that she could not again open the raw wound of shame in his soul. He followed Don Howard into the forest. "You won't get away with it, Lord," Howard said grimly. "No trade agent can impose a treaty." "Would a trusteeship be any better?" "Lord, no! There are only two alternatives, and a Hamilton Lord trade city is by far the better." "Yes, for Hamilton Lord." "No, for these people. Don't forget, I'll be running Hamilton Lord. The exclusive franchise will keep out the other traders, and I can see to it that our trade city does no harm. We've 1,000 planets in the Federation. Who's going to know if one of the cities doesn't really function?" "I get it. But why the hell did you have to bring me back?" "To make a deal with your wife." After a long pause, Don Howard said wearily, "If Hamilton Lord can sacrifice the richest franchise in the galaxy, I suppose I can do my bit, too." At dawn the Ceres departed. Lord drove his men to work throughout the night, stowing the prefabs and the trade goods aboard the ship. Just before the power tubes stabbed the launching fire into the earth, a delegation of villagers came into the clearing. Niaga led them, and she spoke to Lord at the foot of the landing ladder. "We still want you to stay among us, Martin Lord. We have come again to offer." "It is impossible." She put her arms around his neck and drew his lips against hers. The temptation washed over his mind, shattering his resolution and warping his reason. This was what he wanted, the golden dream of every man. But for Lord, only one idea held fast. Niaga's primitive, naive world had to be preserved exactly as it was. If he gave in to the dream, he would destroy it. Only in the central office of Hamilton Lord could he do anything to save what he had found here. He wrenched himself free of her arms. "It's no use, Niaga." She knew that she had lost, and she moved away from him. One of the other golden-skinned savages pushed a small, carved box into his hands. "A parting gift," Niaga said. "Open it when you are aboard your ship, Martin Lord." Long after the Ceres had blasted off, he sat alone in his cabin, looking at the box. Small, delicately carved from a strange material, like a soft plastic. It seemed somehow alive, throbbing with the memory of the dream he had left behind. With a sigh, he opened the box. A billow of white dust came from it. The box fell apart, and the pieces, like disintegrating gelatin, began to melt away. A printed card, made of the same unstable material, lay in Lord's hand. "You have 3 minutes, Martin Lord," he read. "The drug is painless, but before it wipes memory from the minds of you and your crew, I want you to understand why we felt it necessary to do this to you. When you first landed, we realized that you came from a relatively immature culture because you made no response to our telepathy of welcome. We did our best, after that, to simplify your adjustment to our way of life, because we knew you would have to stay among us. Of course, we never really learned your language, we simply gave you the illusion that we had. Nor is there any such thing as a council of elders. We had to invent that to satisfy you. We truly wanted you to stay among us. In time, you could have grown up enough, most of you, to live with us as equals. We knew it would be disastrous for you to carry back to your world your idea of how we live. We are the tomorrow of your people. You must grow up to us. There is no other way to maturity. We could not, of course, keep you here against your will. Nor could we let you go back, like a poison, into your world. We could do nothing else but use this drug. The impact of civilization upon a primitive people like yours." The words hazed and faded as the note disintegrated. Lord felt a moment of desperate yearning, a terrible weight of grief. With an effort, he pushed himself from his chair and pulled open the door into the corridor. He had to order the ship back while he could still remember. He had to find Niaga and tell her. Tell her. Tell whom? Tell what? Lord stood in the corridor, staring blankly at the metal wall. He was just a little puzzled as to why he was there, what he had meant to do. He saw Ann Howard coming toward him. "Did you notice the lurch in the ship, Mr. Lord?" she asked. "Yes, I suppose I did. Is that why he had left his cabin?" "I thought we were having trouble with the time power calibration, but I checked with Don, and he says everything's all right." She glanced through the open door of his cabin at the electronic pattern on the scanning screen. "Well, we'll be home in another 20 hours, Mr. Lord. It's a pity we didn't contact any new planets on this mission. It would have been a good experience for you." "Yes, I rather hope so, too." He went back to his desk. Strange, He couldn't remember what it was he wanted to do. He shrugged his shoulders and laughed a little to himself. It definitely wouldn't do. Not at all. For a lord to have lapses of memory. This is the end of Impact by Irving E. Cox. Read by Tom Weiss.
Longevity by Therese Windsor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Betsy Bush in Marquette, Michigan, December 2008. Longevity by Therese Windsor. A Morality Tale, 1960 style. Legend had it that many thousands of years ago, right after the Great Horror, the whole continent of the West had slowly sunk beneath the West Water, and that once every century it arose during a full moon. Still, Captain Heinrich clung to the hope that the legend would not be borne out by truth. Perhaps the West Continent still existed, perhaps, dare he hope, with civilization. The crew of the Semilunis thought him quite mad. After all, hadn't the East and South continents been completely annihilated from the great sky fires? And wasn't it said that they had suffered from a fraction of what the West continent had endured? The Semilunis anchored at the mouth of a great river. The months of fear and doubt were at end. Here at last was the West continent. A small party of scouts was sent ashore, with many cautions to be alert for luminescent areas, which meant certain death for those who remained too long in its vicinity. Armed with bow and arrow, the party made its way slowly up the great river. Nowhere was to be seen the color green, only dull browns and grays, and no sign of life, save for an occasional patch of lichen on a rock. After several days of rowing, the food and water supply was almost half depleted, and still no evidence of either past or present habitation. It was time to turn back, to travel all the weary months across the West Water, the journey all in vain. What a small reward for such an arduous trip! Just proof of the existence of a barren land mass, ugly and useless. On the second day of the return to the Semilunis, the scouting party decided to stop and investigate a huge opening in the rocky mountainside. How suspiciously regular and even it looked, particularly in comparison to the rest of the countryside, which was jagged and chaotic. They entered the cave apprehensively, torches aflare and weapons in hand. But all was darkness and quiet. Still, the regularity of the cave walls led them on. Some creature, man or otherwise, must have planned and built this. But to what end? Now the cave divided into 3 forks. The torches gave only a hint of the immensity of the chambers that lay at the end of each. They selected the center chamber, approaching cautiously, breath caught in awe and excitement. The torches reflected on a dull black surface which was divided into many, many little squares. The sameness of them stretched for uncountable yards in all directions. What were these ungodly-looking edifices? The black surface was cold and smooth to the touch, and quite regular except for a strange little hole at the bottom of each square and a curious row of pictures along the top. They would copy these strange pictures. Perhaps back home there would be a scholar who would understand the meaning behind these last remains of the people of the West Continent. The leader took out his slate and painstakingly copied, "Safeguard your valuables at Allegheny Mountain Vaults, box number 4544356782." End of Longevity by Therese Windsor.
The Measure of a Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barb Gardner. The Measure of a Man. by Randall Garrett. What is desirable is not always necessary, while that which is necessary may be most undesirable. Perhaps the measure of man is the ability to tell one from the other, and act on it. Alfred Pendray pushed himself along the corridor of the battleship Shane, holding the flashlight in one hand and using the other hand and his good leg to guide and propel himself by. The beam of the torch reflected queerly from the pastel green walls of the corridor, giving him the uneasy sensation that he was swimming under water instead of moving through the blasted hulk of a battleship 1,000 light-years from home. He came to the turn in the corridor and tried to move to the right, but his momentum was greater than he had thought, and he had to grab the corner of the wall to keep from going on by. That swung him around, and his sprained ankle slammed agonizingly against the other side of the passageway. Pendray clenched his teeth and kept going. But as he moved down the side passage, he went more slowly, so that the friction of his palm against the wall could be used as a brake. He wasn't used to maneuvering without gravity. He'd been taught it in cadets, of course, but that was years ago and parsecs away. When the pseudo-grav generators had gone out, he'd retched all over the place, but now his stomach was empty and the nausea had gone. He had automatically oriented himself in the corridors so that the doors of the various compartments were to his left and right, with the ceiling above and the deck below. Otherwise he might have lost his sense of direction completely in the complex maze of the interstellar battleship. Or, he corrected himself, what's left of a battleship. And what was left? Just Al Pendray and less than half of the once mighty Shane. The door to the lifeboat hold loomed ahead in the beam of the flashlight, and Pendray braked himself to a stop. He just looked at the dogged port for a few seconds. Let there be a boat in there, he thought. Just a boat, that's all I ask. And air, he added as an afterthought. Then his hand went out to the dog handle and turned. The door cracked easily. There was air on the other side. Pendray breathed a sigh of relief, braced his good foot against the wall, and pulled the door open. The little lifeboat was there, nestled tightly in her cradle. For the first time since the Shane had been hit, Pendray's face broke out into a broad smile. The fear that had been within him faded a little, and the darkness of the crippled ship seemed to be lessened. Then the beam of his torch caught the little red tag on the airlock of the lifeboat. "Repair underway. Do not remove this tag without proper authority." That explained why the lifeboat hadn't been used by the other crewmen. Pendray's mind was numb as he opened the airlock of the small craft. He didn't even attempt to think. All he wanted to see was exactly how the vessel had been disabled by the repair crew. He went inside. The lights were working in the lifeboat. That showed that its power was still functioning. He glanced over the instrument and control panels. No red tags on them, at least. Just to make sure, he opened them up, one by one, and looked inside. Nothing wrong, apparently. He went through the door in the tiny cabin that led to the engine compartment, and he saw what the trouble was. The shielding had been removed from the atomic motors. He just hung there in the air, not moving. His lean, dark face remained expressionless, but tears welled up in his eyes and spilled over, spreading their dampness over his lids. The motors would run all right. The ship would take him to Earth. But the radiation leakage from those motors would kill him long before he made it home. It would take 10 days to make it back to base, and 24 hours of exposure to the deadly radiation from those engines would be enough to ensure his death from radiation sickness. His eyes were blurring from the film of tears that covered them. Without gravity to move the liquid, it just pooled there, distorting his vision. He blinked the tears away, then wiped his face with his free hand. Now what? He was the only man left alive on the Shane, and none of the lifeboats had escaped. The rat cruisers had seen to that. They weren't really rats, those people, not literally. They looked humanoid enough to enable plastic surgeons to disguise a human being as one of them, although it meant sacrificing the little fingers and little toes to imitate the 4-digited rats. The rats were at a disadvantage there. They couldn't add any fingers, but the rats had other advantages. They bred and fought like rats. Not that human beings couldn't equal them or even surpass them in ferocity, if necessary. But the rats had nearly 1,000 years of progress over Earth. Their industrial revolution had occurred while the Anglos and the Saxons and the Jutes were pushing the Britons into Wales. They had put their first artificial satellites into orbit while King Alfred the Great was fighting off the Danes. They hadn't developed as rapidly as man had. It took them roughly twice as long to go from one step to the next, so that their actual superiority was only a matter of 500 years, and man was catching up rapidly. Unfortunately, man hadn't caught up yet. The first meeting of the two races had taken place in interstellar space and had seemed friendly enough. Two ships had come within detector distance of each other, and had circled warily. It was almost a perfect example of the Leinster hypotheses. Neither knew where the other's home world was located, and neither could go back home for fear that the other would be able to follow. But the Leinster hypotheses couldn't be followed to the end. Leinster's solution had been to have the parties trade ships and go home, but that only works when the two civilizations are fairly close in technological development. The rats certainly weren't going to trade their ship for the inferior craft of the Earthmen. The rats, conscious of their superiority, had a simpler solution. They were certain, after a while, that Earth posed no threat to them, so they invited the Earthship to follow them home. The Earthmen had been taken on a carefully conducted tour of the rats' home planet, and the captain of the Earthship, who had gone down in history as Sucker Johnson, was convinced that the rats meant no harm, and agreed to lead a rat ship back to Earth. If the rats had struck then, there would never have been a rat-human war. It would have been over before it started. But the rats were too proud of their superiority. Earth was too far away to bother them for the moment. It wasn't in their line of conquest just yet. In another 50 years, the planet would be ready for picking off. Earth had no idea that the rats were so widespread. They had taken and colonized over 30 planets, completely destroying the indigenous intelligent races that had existed on 5 of them. It wasn't just pride that had made the rats decide to wait before hitting Earth. There was a certain amount of prudence, too. None of the other races they had met had developed space travel. The Earthmen might be a little tougher to beat. Not that there was any doubt of the outcome as far as they were concerned, but why take chances? But while the rats had fooled Sucker Johnson and some of his officers, the majority of the crew knew better. Rat crewmen were little short of slaves, and the rats made the mistake of assuming that the Earth crewmen were the same. They hadn't tried to impress the crewmen as they had the officers. When the interrogation officers on Earth questioned the crew of the Earth ship, they too became suspicious. Johnson's optimistic attitude just didn't jibe with the facts. So, while the rat officers were having the red carpet rolled out for them, Earth intelligence went to work. Several presumably awe-stricken men were allowed to take a conducted tour of the rat ship. After all, why not? The 20th century Russians probably wouldn't have minded showing their rocket plants to an American of Captain John Smith's time, either. But there's a difference. Earth's government knew Earth was being threatened, and they knew they had to get as many facts as they could. They were also aware of the fact that if you know a thing can be done, then you will eventually find a way to do it. During the next 50 years, Earth learned more than it had during the previous 100. The race expanded, secretly moving out to other planets in that sector of the galaxy, and they worked to catch up with the rats. They didn't make it, of course. When, after 50 years of presumably peaceful but highly limited contact, the rats hit Earth, they found out one thing: that the mass and energy of a planet armed with the proper weapons cannot be outclassed by any conceivable concentration of spaceships. Throwing rocks at an army armed with machine guns may seem futile, but if you hit them with an avalanche, they'll go under. The rats lost 3/4 of their fleet to planet-based guns and had to go home to bandage their wounds. The only trouble was that Earth couldn't counterattack. Their ships were still outclassed by those of the rats. And the rats, their racial pride badly stung, were determined to wipe out man, to erase the stain on their honor wherever man could be found. Somehow, some way, they must destroy Earth. And now, Al Pendray thought bitterly, they would do it. The Shane had sneaked in past rat patrols to pick up a spy on one of the outlying rat planets, a man who'd spent 5 years playing the part of a rat slave, trying to get information on their activities there. And he had had one vital bit of knowledge. He'd found it and held on to it for over 3 years until the time came for the rendezvous. The rendezvous had almost come too late. The rats had developed a device that could make a star temporarily unstable, and they were ready to use it on Sol. The Shane had managed to get off-planet with the spy, but they'd been spotted in spite of the detector nullifiers that Earth had developed. They'd been jumped by rat cruisers and blasted by the superior rat weapons. The lifeboats had been picked out of space, one by one, as the crew tried to get away. In a way, Alfred Pendray was lucky. He'd been in the sick bay with a sprained ankle when the rats hit, sitting in the X-ray room. The shot that had knocked out the port engine had knocked him unconscious, but the shielded walls of the X-ray room had saved him from the blast of radiation that had cut down the crew in the rear of the ship. He'd come to in time to see the rat cruisers cut up the lifeboats before they could get well away from the ship. They'd taken a couple of parting shots at the dead hulk, and then left it to drift in space, and leaving one man alive. In the small section near the rear of the ship there were still compartments that were airtight. At least, Pendray decided, there was enough air to keep him alive for a while. If only he could get a little power into the ship, he could get the rear air purifiers to working. He left the lifeboat and closed the door behind him. There was no point in worrying about a boat he couldn't use. He made his way back toward the engine room. Maybe there was something salvageable there. Swimming through the corridors was becoming easier with practice. His cadet training was coming back to him. Then he got a shock that almost made him faint. The beam of his light had fallen full on the face of a rat. It took him several seconds to realize that the rat was dead, and several more to realize that it wasn't a rat at all. It was the spy they had been sent to pick up. He'd been in the sick bay for treatments of the ulcers on his back gained from 5 years of frequent lashings as a rat slave. Pendray went closer and looked him over. He was still wearing the clothing he'd had on when the Shane picked him up. Poor guy, Pendray thought. All that hell for nothing. Then he went around the corpse and continued toward the engine room. The place was still hot, but it was thermal heat, not radioactivity. A dead atomic engine doesn't leave any residual effects. 5 out of the 6 engines were utterly ruined, but the 6th seemed to be in working condition. Even the shielding was intact. Again, hope rose in Alfred Pendray's mind. If only there were tools. A half-hour's search killed that idea. There were no tools aboard capable of cutting through the hard shielding. He couldn't use it to shield the engine on the lifeboat, and the shielding that had been on the other 5 engines had melted and run. It was worthless. Then another idea hit him. Would the remaining engine work at all? Could it be fixed? It was the only hope he had left. Apparently, the only thing wrong with it was the exciter circuit leads, which had been sheared off by a bit of flying metal. The engine had simply stopped instead of exploding. That ought to be fixable. He could try. It was something to do, anyway. It took him the better part of 2 days, according to his watch. There were plenty of smaller tools around for the job, although many of them were scattered and some had been ruined by the explosions. Replacement parts were harder to find, but he managed to pirate some of them from the ruined engines. He ate and slept as he felt the need. There was plenty of food in the sick bay kitchen, and there is no need for a bed under gravity-less conditions. After the engine was repaired, he set about getting the rest of the ship ready to move, if it would move. The hull was still solid, so the infraspace field should function. The air purifiers had to be reconnected and repaired in a couple of places. The lights, ditto. The biggest job was checking all the broken leads to make sure there weren't any short circuits anywhere. The pseudo-gravity circuits were hopeless. He'd have to do without gravity. On the 3rd day, he decided he'd better clean the place up. There were several corpses floating around, and they were beginning to be noticeable. He had to tow them one by one to the rear starboard airlock and seal them between the inner and outer doors. He couldn't dump them, since the outer door was partially melted and welded shut. He took the personal effects from the men. If he ever got back to Earth, their next of kin might want the stuff. On the body of the imitation rat, he found a belt pouch full of microfilm. The report on the rat's new weapon? Possibly. He'd have to look it over later. On the morning of the fourth day, he started the single remaining engine. The infraspace field came on, and the ship began moving at multiples of the speed of light. Pendray grinned. "Half gone, we'll travel," he thought gleefully. If Pendray had had any liquor aboard, he would have gotten mildly drunk. Instead, he sat down and read the spools of microfilm, using the projector in the sick bay. He was not a scientist in the strict sense of the word. He was a navigator and a fairly good engineer, so it didn't surprise him any that he couldn't understand a lot of the report. The mechanics of making a seminova out of a normal star were more than a little bit over his head. He'd read a little and then go out and take a look at the stars, checking their movements so that he could make an estimate of his speed. He'd jury-rigged a kind of control on the hull field so he could aim the Hulk easily enough. He'd only have to get within signaling range anyway. An Earth ship would pick him up, if there was any Earth left by the time he got there. He forced his mind away from thinking about that. It was not until he reached the last spool of microfilm that his situation was forcibly brought to focus in his mind. Thus far, he had thought only about saving himself, but the note at the end of the spool made him realize that there were others to save. The note said, "These reports must reach Earth before 22 June 2287. After that, it will be too late." 22 June? That was, let's see, this is the 18th of September, he thought. June of next year is 9 months. Well, surely I can make it in that time. I've got to. The only question was, how fast was the hulk of the Shane moving? It took him 3 days to get the answer accurately. He knew the strength of the field around the ship, and he knew the approximate thrust of the single engine by that time. He had also measured the motions of some of the nearest stars. Thank heaven he was a navigator and not a mechanic or something. At least he knew the direction and distance to Earth, and he knew the distance of the brighter stars from where the ship was. He had 2 checks to use then: star motion against engine thrust and field strength. He checked them, and rechecked them, and hated the answer. He would arrive in the vicinity of Sol sometime in late July, a full month too late. What could he do? Increase the output of the engine? No, it was doing the best it could now. Even shutting off the lights wouldn't help anything. They were a microscopic drain on that engine. He tried to think, tried to reason out a solution, but nothing would come. He found time to curse the fool who had decided the shielding on the lifeboat would have to be removed and repaired. That little craft, with its lighter mass and more powerful field concentration, could make the trip in 10 days. The only trouble was that 10 days in that radiation hell would be impossible. He'd be a very well-preserved corpse in half that time, and there'd be no one aboard to guide her. Maybe he could get one of the other engines going. Sure, he must be able to get one more going somehow, anything to cut down on that time. He went back to the engines again, looking them over carefully. He went over them again. Not a single one could be repaired at all. Then he rechecked his velocity figures, hoping against hope that he'd made a mistake somewhere, dropped a decimal point, or forgotten to divide by 2. Anything, anything. But there was nothing. His figures had been accurate the first time. For a while he just gave up. All he could think of was the terrible blaze of heat that would wipe out Earth when the rats set off the sun. Man might survive. There were colonies that the rats didn't know about, but they'd find them eventually. Without Earth, the race would be set back 500, maybe 5,000 years. The rats would have plenty of time to hunt them out and destroy them. And then he forced his mind away from that train of thought. There had to be a way to get there on time. Something in the back of his mind told him that there was a way. He had to think. Really think. On 7 June 2287, a signal officer on the Earth destroyer Muldoon picked up a faint signal coming from the general direction of the constellation of Sagittarius. It was a standard emergency signal for distress. The broadcaster only had a very short range, so the source couldn't be too far away. He made his report to the ship's captain. "We're within easy range of her, sir," he finished. "Shall we pick her up?" "Might be a rat trick," said the captain, "but we'll have to take the chance. Beam a call to Earth, and let's go out there dead slow. If the detectors show anything funny, we turn tail and run. We're in no position to fight a rat ship." "You think this might be a rat trap, sir?" The captain grinned. "If you are referring to the Muldoon as a rat trap, Mr. Blake, you're both disrespectful and correct. That's why we're going to run if we see anything funny. This ship is already obsolete by our standards. You can imagine what it is by theirs." He paused. "Get that call into Earth. Tell 'em this ship is using a distress signal that was obsolete 6 months ago, and tell 'em we're going out." "Yes, sir," said the signal officer. It wasn't a trap. As the Muldoon approached the source of the signal, their detectors picked up the ship itself. It was a standard lifeboat from a battleship of the Shannon class. "You don't suppose that's from the Shane, do you?" the captain said softly as he looked at the plate. "She's the only ship of that class that's missing." "But if that's a Shane lifeboat, what took her so long to get here?" "She's cut her engine, sir," said the observer. "She evidently knows we're coming." "All right. Put her in as soon as we're close enough. Put her in number 2 lifeboat rack. It's empty." When the door of the lifeboat opened, the captain of the Muldoon was waiting outside the lifeboat rack. He didn't know exactly what he had expected to see, but it somehow seemed fitting that a lean, bearded man in a badly worn uniform and a haggard look about him should step out. The Spectre saluted. "Lieutenant Alfred Pendray of the Shane," he said in a voice that had almost no strength. He held up a pouch. "Microfilm," he said. "Must get to Earth immediately. No delay. Hurry." "Catch him!" the captain shouted. "He's falling!" But one of the men nearby had already caught him. In the sick bay, Pendray came to again. The captain's questioning gradually got the story out of Pendray. "So I didn't know what to do then," he said, his voice a breathy whisper. "I knew I had to get that stuff home. Somehow." "Go on," said the captain, frowning. "Simple matter," said Pendray. "Nothing to it. 2 equations. Little ship goes 30 times as fast as big ship. Big hulk. Had to get here before 22 June. Had to. Only way, you understand? Anyway, 2 equations. Simple. Work 'em in your head. Big ship takes 10 months. Little one takes 10 days. But can't stay in a little ship 10 days. No shielding. Be dead before you got here, see?" "I see," said the captain patiently. "But here's a 'important point. If you stay on that big ship for 8.5 months, then you only got to be in the little ship for a day and a half to get here. Man can live that long, even under that radiation. See?" And with that he closed his eyes. "Do you mean you exposed yourself to the full leakage radiation from a lifeboat engine for 36 hours?" But there was no answer. "Let him sleep," said the ship's doctor. "If he wakes up again, I'll let you know, but he might not be very lucid from here on in." "Is there anything you can do?" the captain asked. "No, not after a radiation dosage like that." He looked down at Pendray. His problem was easy mathematically, but not psychologically. That took real guts to solve. "Yeah," said the captain gently. "All he had to do was get here alive. The problem said nothing about his staying that way." This is the end of The Measure of a Man by Randall Garrett.
No moving parts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Weiss. No Moving Parts by Murray F. Yako. Hansen was sitting at the control board in the single building on Communications Relay Station 43.4 SC when the emergency light flashed on for the first time in 200 years. With textbook recommended swiftness, he located the position of the ship sending the call, identified the ship and the name of its captain, and made contact. "This is Hansen, on 43.4 SC. Put me through to Captain Fromer." "Fromer here," said an incredible deep voice. "What the devil do you want?" "What do I want?" asked the astonished Hansen. "It was you, sir, who sent the emergency call." "I did no such thing," said Fromer with great certainty. "But the light flashed." "How long have you been out of school?" Fromer asked. "Almost a year, sir, but that doesn't change the fact that you're imagining things, and that you've been sitting on that asteroid hoping that something would happen to break the monotony. Now leave me the hell alone or I'll put you on report." "Now look here," Hansen began, practically beside himself with frustration. "I saw that emergency light go on. Maybe it was activated automatically when something went out of order on your ship." "I don't allow emergencies on the Euclid Queen," said Fromer with growing anger. "Now, if you don't—" Hansen spared himself the indignity of being cut off. He broke contact himself. He sighed, reached for the book entitled Emergency Procedure Rules, and settled back in his chair. 15 minutes later, the emergency light flashed on for the second time in 200 years. With its red glow illuminating his freckled, excited face, Hansen triumphantly placed another call to the Euclid Queen. "This is Hansen, on 43.4 SC. Let me speak to Captain Fromer, please." "The captain has asked me to contact you. I'm the navigator. I was just about to call you. We have a small problem that—" "I'll speak to the captain," Hansen repeated grimly. "Now see here, I'm perfectly capable of handling this situation. Actually, it's hardly even an emergency. You were, it seems, signaled automatically when—" "If you'll check your emergency procedures," Hansen said, holding his thumb in the rule book, "you'll note that the relay station attendant contacts the captain personally during all emergencies. Of course, if you want to violate—" "Look, old man," said the navigator, now sounding on the verge of tears, "try to realize the spot I'm in. Fromer has ordered me to handle this thing without his assistance. He seems to feel that you have a grudge of some kind. If you don't put me in touch with Captain Fromer in 5 minutes, I'll put through a call to sector headquarters." Hansen signaled off contact. If he knew nothing else about the situation, he knew that he had the upper hand. 5 minutes later, Captain Fromer called him back. "I am calling in accordance with emergency procedures," Fromer said between clenched teeth. "The situation is this. We are reporting an emergency." "What class emergency?" Hansen interrupted. "Class?" asked Fromer, obviously caught off guard. "Yes, Captain. There are 3 classes of emergency. Major class, which would include death and injury. Mechanical class, including malfunction of Hegler units and such. And general class." Yes, of course, general class, by all means," Fromer said hurriedly. "You see, it's hardly even an emergency. Just what is the nature of your trouble, Captain?" "Why, it seems that we were doing a preliminary landing procedure check, and—" "Yes, go on." It seems we can't get the door open." It was Hansen's turn to be taken aback. "You're pulling my leg, sir." "I most certainly am not," Captain Fromer said emphatically. "You really mean that you can't open the door?" "I'm afraid so. Something's wrong with the mechanism. Our technical staff has never encountered a problem like this, and they advise me that any attempt at repair might possibly result in the opposite situation." "You mean not being able to get the door closed?" "Precisely. In other words, we can't land." "I see. Then I'm afraid there's nothing I can do except advise Sector Headquarters to send an emergency repair crew." Captain Frommer sighed. "I'm afraid so, too. How long will it take for a message to get there with your transmitting equipment?" "2 days, Captain. At a guess, there'll be a ship alongside within the week. You'll be maintaining your present position, I assume?" "Oh, we'll be here, all right," Frommer said bitterly. Then he cut contact. As the single occupant of a large asteroid with nothing but time and boredom on his hands, Hansen was enjoying the whole situation immensely. He allowed himself the luxury of several dozen fantasies in which his name was mentioned prominently in galaxy-wide reports of the episode. He imagined that Captain Frommer was also creating vivid accounts of quite another sort, that would soon be amusing several 100 billion news-hungry citizens of the Federation. When the repair ship arrived, it came, to Hansen's astonishment, to the asteroid and not alongside Frommer's ship. He soon found out that there was someone else who shared the captain's embarrassment. "I'm Bullard," said a tall, thin, mournful man. "Mind if I sit?" "Help yourself." Hansen waved a hand toward the meager accommodations. He had no idea why a senior engineer was being so deferential, but he enjoyed the feeling of power. "You're probably wondering about a lot of things," Bullard began sadly. "Frankly, we don't have any ideas about how we can fix Captain Frommer's door." He waited to let that sink in. Then he continued. "It took us 3 days back at the base to find out that when these ships were built, almost 500 years ago, nobody bothered to include detailed drawings of the door mechanism. But why? You certainly know how to build. We know how to build Star-class ships, sure. We built a few in the past century or two. There's never been a need for replacement, really. These ships are designed to last forever. The original fleet was conceived to fill the system's needs for a full 1,000 years. But the doors on the few ships that have been built, how? The ships we've built were exact duplicates of Captain Frommer's ship, except for the door." Bullard's long face radiated despair. No one ever questioned why the door mechanism wasn't included in the original plans. We simply designed another type, a different type of door. "Well, certainly you can find out how this particular door works, can't you?" "I hope so," Bullard said, wringing his hands. "But we have a couple of other problems. Number one, Captain Frommer has an extremely important passenger on board. None other than His Exalted Excellency, Arthagna Bar. He is, or was, on his way home after concluding a treaty of friendship with the President of the Federation." Hansen managed a whistle. "Furthermore," Bullard continued, "His Excellency has to be home soon to get there in time for the mating season. This occurs once in a lifetime, I'm told, and this is his only chance to continue the ancestral rule." "Wait a minute," Hansen said. "Are you trying to say that you can't solve a simple problem like getting him home and getting him out of the ship? You can always cut it in two, can't you?" "These ships were made to last forever," Bullard explained. "The hull is, of course, pseudo-met, but not the kind of pseudo-met used for other applications. In short, about the only way you'll get in that ship is to vaporize it." "But can't you simply disassemble a door mechanism? My God, how complicated can it be?" "We're going to try to do just that," Bullard said without a trace of confidence. "As far as the complication goes, let me say just this. It's full of moving parts." "What are you getting at?" Hansen asked. "Just this. These ships are perfect mechanisms. There is hardly anything in them that could be called a moving part. Now, a door has to open and close. Sure, we devised a simple, safe way to do it a few 100 years after the original fleet was built. The men who designed the original door mechanism felt, perhaps, that it was incongruous to include it in the first place. Maybe that's why they threw away the plans. God knows it is incongruous. Look, here's a photo we took of one in a ship back at the base. Hansen scanned the photograph. It was a meaningless jumble. He handed it back. Well, make yourself at home. I'm afraid that the only thing I can help with will be radio communication to Captain Frommer's ship. Good enough, Bullard said. I'm expecting someone else tomorrow. After you bring him down, feel free to drop over and see me any time. Bullard went back to his ship, and Hansen went to bed. He dreamed of His Exalted Excellency, Arthagna Bar, growing angrier day by day as the time of mating came closer. In his dream, he suddenly came upon a magnificent solution to the problem, a solution involving a telepathic system of fertilization. He woke up before he had completely worked out the details. Bullard's friend arrived the same morning. He was a small, dark, active little man whom Hansen immediately disliked. Meet Dr. Chemos, Bullard said when Hansen dropped in on them. Dr. Chemos is a specialist in the history of technology. He thinks he knows how our cute little door mechanism is made. Can't say for sure, Chemos said, but I'd guess that those components are made of metal. Real metal. I thought metal was used only in jewelry, Hansen said. Dr. Chemos grinned slyly. That's what most people think. Actually, refined metal of various types was used in large masses, foreign masses, for thousands of years. Historically speaking, the pseudomets are relatively new. It's difficult to imagine metal functioning as machinery, Hansen mused. And you say that this door mechanism has moving parts? Lots of them? Moving parts are nothing to be afraid of, Chemos said. Here, look at this. He put something small on the table, much in the manner of a young boy dropping a garter snake in the midst of the schoolgirls. Bullard and Hansen crowded around. Now, take turns, said Chemos sharply, and don't drop it. It's priceless, I assure you. The ancient wristwatch with its transparent back was passed from hand to hand. Frightening little monster, isn't it? Bullard said. Those small round wheels are called gears, elucidated Chemos. One gear turns another, which turns another, and so on. I rather imagine that your door is operated on some similar principle. I seem to be the one who asks all the schoolboy questions, Hansen began. Would somebody tell me why Captain Frommer doesn't take His Excellency to his home planet, land the ship, and then let his technical staff tear off the door mechanism? We've gone through that, Bullard said wearily. Unfortunately, we need special tools, and there's no way to get them into the ship. Can I speak to Captain Frommer? Chemos asked. Right away, Hansen said. He pressed his hand in various patterns on his belt. This is Hansen. Let us talk to Captain Frommer, please. Frommer here. Who is it? Dr. Chemos speaking. How is your passenger? My passenger is fine, but he keeps telling me that he is very anxious to plant his seed. When can you get us out of here? Plant his seed, said Chemos. There's nothing salacious about this, I've been assured. He simply has a biological craving at this time in his life to plant his seed. I've got problems like that too, Bullard said, but I don't go around telling everybody. Stop clowning, Frommer snapped. You guys better find a way to fix this damn door, or you'll have a galactic war on your hands. Anybody have any ideas yet? We're sure that the door mechanism is made of metal, Chemos said, and the construction is probably based on the principle of a worm gear. A what? A worm gear, Captain, Chemos said patiently. It's an ancient metal device that was sometimes used for closing large doors. There's also the possibility that the door is closed and opened by dogs. These seem to have been used at least to operate doors of undersea crafts, although we're not quite certain about the function of dogs. The captain maintained a stony silence. Also, Chemist continued, we have unearthed, so to speak, a reference to a metal component called a babbitt. Now see here, Captain Fromer roared. Who do you think you're kidding with this talk about worms and dogs and rabbits? Babbitts, Captain, babbitts. Perhaps a type of bearing. Anyway, we're at work on the problem, I assure you. Chemist motioned to Hansen that he was through talking. During the next 3 days, Hansen twice visited Bullard and Chemist. On each occasion, he found the two men in trance-like conditions, ostensibly thinking through the problem that they had been assigned to solve, but more probably, Hansen guessed, brooding about the reaction of sector headquarters to their daily progress reports, which Hansen had been relaying for them. Hansen had only sympathy for the people back at sector headquarters, for if these two experts were the galaxy's two top troubleshooters, the Federation was not, as Hansen put it to himself, in very good shape to fight a war with 100 billion enraged citizens who worshipped His Exalted Excellency Arthagna Bar almost as much as they did his seed. Hansen went back to his reading, only to be interrupted with increasing frequency by message transmissions from an increasingly alarmed sector headquarters. Messages were addressed to Bullard, and were bravely designed to disguise the sender's hysteria, while at the same time urging Bullard on to more magnificent efforts. A few messages, fairly representative of the state of affairs as time wore on, reflected an increasing suspicion on the part of sector headquarters that Chemist and Bullard, although certainly tops in their fields, were not tops enough. Sec headquarters, Bullard, comm relay, 43.4 SC. President would like estimate of when door will be open. You sure you can handle? Emphasize that political situation now getting touchy. Repeat, touchy. Arthagna Bar calling on President today to make demand that seed be planted on time. Sure you don't need more help? Commanding General. Commanding General. No help needed. Making progress, assure President. Today found out metal in mechanism is very hard. In constant radio touch with Fromer. Passenger impatient, but quieter. Sleeps more now. This significant? Chemist developing theory of mechanism. Says we'll take time to work out. How much time we have? When must seed be planted? Bullard. Sec headquarters. Bullard. Comm relay. 43.4 SC. Must have estimate when door opens. This is an order. Ambassador threatening war. Can't give deadline of seed planting time since subject very taboo. Our biologists say Arthagna Bar sleepy significant. Maybe prelude to seeding time. Tell about Chemost's theory in next communication. We'll evaluate here. Nice to know metal is hard. Keep up good work. Pressure here to send you help. President says whole Federation praying for door to be fixed. Says to hurry up. Commanding General. Commanding General. No estimate possible. Chemist theory almost complete. States that mechanism built on principle of worm gear. Repeat, worm gear. Today instructed Fromer's crew to jiggle moving parts of mechanism at random. Parts would not jiggle. Fromer states that Arthagna Bar sleeps all time and color changes to blue and red on stomach. This significant? Bullard. Sec headquarters. Bullard comm relay. 43.4 SC. Important you amplify last message. red and blue on stomach? Why are Thagnabar undressed? Investigate. President orders help sent. Help on way. Repeat. Why are Thagnabar undressed? Commanding General. Commanding General. Frommer advises tell you ship's physician has put our Thagnabar in refrigerator. Chemist. Sec Headquarters. Chemist. Com relay. 43.4 SC. Take out of refrigerator. This is an order. Why undressed? Commanding General. Commanding General. Bullard making model of my drawings. Ready soon. Our Thagnabar out of refrigerator as requested, but ship's physician very angry and wants to put back in. Color on stomach pink and yellow with blue squares. This significant? Chemos. It went on like this for several more days. Hansen, at first amused, was now alarmed and completely convinced that both Chemist and Bullard were thoroughly useless. The messages were his only source of information, since both experts were too immersed in their work to talk with him. As his alarm grew, he decided that he might at least try to strike up a friendship with someone on board Captain Frommer's sealed ship, someone who might have something comforting to report. He called up the ship's navigator. "This is Hansen. How are things going up there?" "Ah! What's that mean? Good or bad?" "It means," the navigator said while yawning, "that things are falling apart rapidly. In fact, in a day or two, I don't think it'll make much difference whether or not they open that damn door." "You, care to fill me in?" "Why not?" said the navigator with the voice of a man who knows that it is too late for anything to matter. "The members of the crew are divided into two factions. It appears that our physician has rallied half the crew to support his medical contention that our exalted passenger belongs in the refrigerator. The good captain, with some justice, one must admit, thinks that he is in command of the ship, and prefers to believe that our Thagnabar belongs out of the refrigerator." "Who seems to be winning the argument?" "Argument? There's no argument, old man. It's open warfare. No weapons aboard, of course, but the two teams are grappling up and down the corridors and shuttling our exalted passenger in and out of the icebox about 4 times each hour. Quite a sight, really. Right now he's in the refrigerator, but the other team—" "Let me know who's ahead from time to time, will you?" Hansen heard himself say. "Glad to oblige," the navigator said, yawning again. "Oh, incidentally, have they sent for help yet?" Hansen said with some surprise, "Why, yes. As a matter of fact, Sector Headquarters is sending some help. How did you know?" "Bound to happen sooner or later, old man. When the going gets really tough, they always get around to sending a gypsy. Only way to get anything done, you know." "I don't know," Hansen said reluctantly. "Why is it that everyone knows except me? What, please, is a gypsy?" "You're too young to know everything, old man," the navigator said. "You're especially too young to know about one of the Federation's best kept secrets. But you might as well, I suppose. The fact is that a gypsy is a generally vagrant, dirty, thieving, clever scoundrel who will not work, who has absolutely no respect for order or authority, who believes that our institutions are effete and—" "But then why—" "Patience, patience," cautioned the navigator haughtily. "If I am to reveal everything I know, I must do it in my own way. The description I just gave you is not necessarily true. It is simply the way that Sector Headquarters feels about gypsies. Common jealousy, really. It seems that, from time to time, our perfect little galactic society spawns men who don't care to be cast in the common mold. In short, There are a few men around with brains who don't think that it means very much to wear pretty uniforms or fancy titles. Uniforms like yours? Hansen asked. Precisely, the navigator said sadly. The truth of the matter is, of course, that I only play at being a navigator. I couldn't get this ship off course if I tried. The same is true with the 4 engineering officers who stand around watching the Hegler drive units. They occasionally make a ceremonial adjustment, but beyond that, they simply stand around looking pretty. No moving parts, Hansen said. No moving brains, if you like. Anyway, a gypsy has, somewhere along the line, learned how to do things. They'll take an emergency call about once a year, if they happen to feel like it. Then they charge about 500,000 credits. You mean they have an organization? Standard rates and... Heavens, no, the navigator said. They hate anything that smells like organization. They don't even specialize in any certain kind of work. One year they'll be fascinated by subnucleonics, the next by horse racing. Very erratic. Can't keep attention on any one thing. Heard of one once who engaged in fishing and alcohol drinking. Brilliant mathematician, too. But he'd only take a call once every 3 years or so. For 500,000 credits a crack, eh? You could live pretty well for 3 years on that. Strangely enough, the navigator said thoughtfully, they don't really have any interest in money. If you'd ever met one, you'd know that the high fee is sort of a penalty they mete out to everyone else for being so dumb. Well, one thing for sure, Hansen said. If Bullard and Chemists are the cream of the crop, I'm on the side of the gypsies. Ah, youth, the navigator said. I, too, once had such dreams. We'll see about the dreams, Hansen said, almost menacingly. I didn't spend 6 years in that damn school just to sit around in a pretty uniform for the rest of my life. Oh, you'll get used to it. In fact, you'll like it after a while. The home leaves. The fuss your friends will make over you when you step off the ship. The regular and automatic promotion in grade with the extra gold band added to your sleeve. The move from one outpost to an always larger installation. You'll never do much, of course. But why should you? After all, there aren't any moving parts. Hansen cut the communicator off. He stood there for a moment, feeling depressed and betrayed. Automatically, he reached down and flicked imaginary dust from his blue sleeve with its narrow, solitary gold band. 10 minutes later, the gypsy's ship signaled for landing. The man who walked into Hansen's control room was hardly the ogre he had been prepared for. He looked, Hansen was later to reflect, like Santa Claus with muscles in place of the fat. Wearing an almost unheard-of beard and dressed in rough clothes, he walked across the room and made short work of the usual formalities. "Name's Candle," said the man. "Where's those 2 phonies I'm supposed to replace?" "You'll have to go suit up and go back through the airlock," Hansen said, motioning to the door. "They're in their ship. It's the one next to yours. Want me to tell them you're on your way over?" "Hell no," said Candle, grinning. "I'll surprise 'em. Now, suppose you and me sit down and have a little chat." They sat, and Candle pumped Hansen of everything he knew about the entire situation. An hour later, Hansen felt almost as if he'd been had. "Is that all?" he asked wearily. "I got the facts," Candle said. "Now, let's go throw those experts out." It wasn't quite that simple. Neither Bullard nor Chemos had any intention of simply clearing out. "Who the hell you think you are," Bullard said, "to come on over here and order us off? We didn't even ask for help, and God knows you couldn't supply it anyway." Bullard, with evident distaste, ran his eyes up and down Candle's clothing. Dr. Chemos had some ideas too. "Letter of authority or no letter of authority," Chemos said, pointing a manicured forefinger at the paper in Candle's hand, "you'll ruin everything. You have no idea what you're up against. We've spent weeks working this thing out." Candle grinned. "What have you worked out?" Why, we know that this is a metal, double enveloping worm gear." "Wrong," Candle said. "It's a single enveloping worm gear. It's made of steel, with an aluminum alloy wheel gear, and the two parts have corroded and stuck. The whole mechanism was originally designed for submarines." Chemist started to say something, then turned and looked at Bullard for reassurance. "He's crazy," Bullard said. "He's making it up as he goes along. How could he possibly know what he's talking about? Why, there haven't been any submarines for centuries." "I'm tired of playing games," Candle said, no longer grinning. "The boy and I have work to do. You two are in the way. You'll only take up time if I have to work with you and show you what to do. I want you and your ship out of here in a half an hour." "Who's going to make us?" Bullard asked with great originality. "I am." Everybody turned around to see who else had entered the conversation. It was Hansen. "I'm going to give you 15 minutes, not 30, Hansen said. "Then I'm going to turn the grid power on at full intensity. You can either use it to take off, or sit around and roast alive inside your ship." Candle turned and looked at Hansen with new respect. "Okay, let's go back to your place. I've still got some things to figure out." Chemist was on the verge of hysteria. "You're bluffing. You wouldn't dare. I'll report this." 15 minutes later, the ship headed for space. Back in Hansen's room, the two men ate a quick lunch, then sat at the table and talked about Candle's plans for opening the reluctant door. "The way I figure it," Candle said, "I think we can handle the whole thing by radio. Which reminds me, one of these days I'm going to build a telescreen that will transmit and receive through pseudomet. Not too difficult, really, if you approach the problem." "I better get Fromer for you," Hansen said hurriedly. "Fromer here," said the bass voice. "This is Candle. Let me talk to one of your so-called engineering officers." "Who the hell—" "Shut up and go get 'em," Candle growled back. "And one more yelp out of you and you'll stay in that ship till you rot." There was a pause, then Fromer again. A meek Fromer. "My chief engineering officer is with me." "Okay, now get this. Come to think of it, you'd better record it. Number one, by now you know which component is a worm gear. You will notice, I'm quite certain, that it engages a large notched wheel. The reason the door will not move is because at the point where the two gears meet, some of the metal has oxidized. For possible use in future emergencies, I offer this explanation. The entire mechanism is subject to periodic vacuum when the airlock door is operated. In between times, the mechanism is in the ship's atmosphere. A condition of lower oxygen content thus obtains around the sealed area, and such an area is anodic. In other words, corrodable with respect to the surrounding areas in which oxygen has free access. Now, since this door has opened and closed successfully for about 500 years, it appears that there's a special reason why it suddenly refuses to function. At a guess, you would experience this condition of intense corrosion only when the aluminum in the wheel gear is exposed to something like sodium hydroxide, and only at the point where it controls the worm gear. Now, has this ship landed recently within such an atmosphere? 3 weeks ago, on Gorton 4, said the weak voice of the engineer. We landed to get some pictures of the cloud formations for souvenirs. We dropped on the edge of a large body of water because the view was better. Candle shook his head sadly and said, "You could have avoided trouble by coming in over land instead of the water. The heat from the ship boiled the water, which undoubtedly contained sodium carbonate and calcium hydroxide. Presto! And the air was filled with clouds of sodium hydroxide. I suggest that you steer away from all such wicked places in the future. Of course, if you'd learn how to mine ore, smelt metal, machine components. First they'd have to discover fire, Hansen said out of the corner of his mouth. You're catching on, son, Candle said out of the corner of his mouth. Now, gentlemen, to open the door, it will be necessary to break the corroded area apart. This is a large, heavy mechanism, as such things go. Since you have no tools heavy enough to batter the corroded area apart, you'll have to make some. How can we? Candle sighed. I wish I had time to teach you to think, but instead, you'll have to do as I tell you to do. I think you can probably make a battering ram out of water. You just don't interrupt. Find and make a long cylindrical container, fill it with water, and quick freeze it in your refrigerator. But they put Arthagna Bar in the refrigerator again. Then I suggest you get 'em the hell out, Candle said. An hour later, 10 men smashed a half-ton cylinder of ice against the corroded junction of the two gears. Following Candle's instructions, they next applied the ram to the door itself, which smoothly swung open. You'll find, Candle explained, that the only damage will be the 2 missing teeth on the aluminum gear. Since only 2 teeth are ever in contact at any time, you can simply slide the gear forward and engage it at a point where the teeth are intact. You'll find, I'm quite sure, that your door will function properly. Also, Captain, don't pull out of here until I'm aboard. I think I'd like to bring along an assistant, too. An assistant? Hansen asked. Candle twirled the ends of his long white mustache. You, my lad, if you'd like to go along. He pulled a letter from his pocket and fanned the air with it. I'm in complete command of this expedition, at least until His Exalted Excellency gets home to plant his seed. Hansen's face glowed. I can't think of anything I'd rather do. Let's get a couple of messages off the sector headquarters and get on board the ship. It may not be a joyride, Candle said thoughtfully. You probably haven't heard about it, but there have been a number of ship emergencies in the past few weeks. Door failures? No, at least none I've heard of. But at least 2 Hegler drives have stopped working in mid-space. But there's nothing to stop working. Candle's eyes twinkled. No moving parts, eh? Hansen reddened. I hope I've outgrown that silly notion. Candle peered into Hansen's eyes. I'm sure you have. I'm sure that you will find out a lot more things for yourself. You're the kind. And we're going to need lots of your kind, because failures of so-called perfect mechanisms are becoming more and more commonplace. Candle pointed to the emergency light on the traffic control panel. That light will be flashing with more and more frequency in the months to come. But not just to signal trouble in space. If I were a superstitious man, I'd think that the age of the perfect machine is about to be superseded by the age of the perfect failure. Mechanical failures that can't be explained on any level. I have several friends who've been in touch with me recently about, you think that it's time for a change? Candle smiled quickly. That's the idea. And the truth of the matter is that I am a superstitious man. I really believe, childishly, that the mechanics and motions of the galaxy may turn themselves upside down just to snap man out of his apathy and give him some work to do. Upside down turned out to be a good word. They boarded the big ship an hour later and were respectfully ushered into the presence of Captain Frommer and his staff. We're underway, Captain Frommer said. We'll be landing in 9 days to deliver Arthagna Bar home. How is he? Hansen asked. Frommer shrugged. He's been thawed out, frozen, and thawed out so many times, it's anybody's guess. Take a look for yourself. Someone pulled back a curtain to expose the recumbent, thawing, steamy form of His Exalted Excellency, Arthagna Bar. Why is he undressed? Hansen asked. Funny, now that you mention it, Frommer said, puzzled. Why is he undressed? Fascinating. Damnedest thing I've ever seen, Candle said. What's so fascinating? Farmer asked suspiciously, moving closer. His belly. Never saw anything like it. Those black squares keep appearing and disappearing. If I've ever seen a truly random pattern... It started right after they froze him the first time, Farmer said disconsolatingly. Fascinating, by heaven, said Candle, who was now down on his hands and knees. Look at the top sequence. Random, yet physiological. I've got a friend on Bryden 3 who'd trade anything for some photos of this. Get me some photo equipment, will you? Captain Frommer ran his hands through what was left of his hair. Get him some photo equipment, he said to no one in particular. And somebody make a truce with that idiot doctor, long enough to get me a sedative. About this time, the ship turned upside down. But there's no reason for it, the chief engineer said, running alongside Hansen and Candle. The ship can't turn upside down. Everything is functioning perfectly. Really not interested, said Candle, running down the corridor's mile-long ceiling. Figure out something for yourself for a change. But what I can't understand, said Hansen, dutifully trotting alongside, is how you knew with such certainty how the door mechanism was made. Even if submarines were built like that, you'd have no way of knowing. There haven't been any submarines in centuries. The hell you say, said Candle, increasing his pace. I built one 5 years ago. Built one? What for? For the hell of it, and it was a damn good outfit, too. I found plans in an old museum and had the good sense not to improve on 'em. Always remember, boy, that something that really works can't be improved. That's why the submarine mechanism was adopted, not adapted, for space. The so-called better way they're building 'em today is simply a disguise for the fact that most of the gas is gone from our technology. What happened to the submarine? Oh, I traded it to a friend for some falcons. You interested in falconry by any chance? No, can't say that I am. You will be, Candle said prophetically. You'll succumb to every enthusiasm man has ever been deviled with. You're the type. It's a disease, boy, and the big symptom isn't just curiosity, but the kind of intense curiosity that turns you inside out, devours you, and ruins you for orthodoxy. Hansen had stopped listening. He was absorbed in trying to recall the pattern he had pressed on his radio belt. The pattern never taught to him, when the ship had suddenly turned upside down. Hesitantly, he played with the notion that he had been thinking of the ship traveling upside down at the time he impressed the novel pattern on the belt. Now, could that have possibly... The man and boy disappeared down the ceiling, running at top speed to catch up as the rapidly vanishing form of Arthagna Bar was dragged and pulled relentlessly toward the refrigerator in a tug-of-war between the ship's wild, divided crew. Fascinating, said Candle. His eyes, glittering with their own peculiar madness, remained riveted on the distant Imperial belly. Never saw anything like it. This is the end of No Moving Parts by Murray F. Yako. Recording by Tom Weiss.
The Nothing Equation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daniele. The Nothing Equation by Tom Godwin. The spaceships were miracles of power and precision. The men who manned them, rich in endurance and courage. Every detail had been checked and double-checked. Every detail except... The cruiser vanished back into hyperspace, and he was alone in the observation bubble, 10,000 light years beyond the galaxy's outermost sun. He looked out the windows at the gigantic sea of emptiness around him, and wondered again what the danger had been that had so terrified the man before him. Of one thing he was already certain: he would find that nothing was waiting outside the bubble to kill him. The first bubble attendant had committed suicide, and the second was a mindless maniac on the earthbound cruiser, but it must have been something inside the bubble that had caused it, or else they had imagined it all. He went across the small room, his magnetized soul loud on the thin metal floor in the bubble's silence. He sat down in the single chair, his weight very slight in the feeble artificial gravity, and reviewed the known facts. The bubble was a project of Earth Galactic Observation Bureau, positioned there to gather data from observations that could not be made from within the galaxy. Since metallic mass affected the hypersensitive instruments, the bubble had been made as small and light as possible. It was for that reason that it could accommodate only one attendant. The Bureau had selected Horn as the bubble's first attendant, and the cruiser left him there for his 6 month period of duty. When it made its schedule to return, with his replacement, he was found dead from a tremendous overdose of sleeping pills. On the table was his daily report log and his last entry, made 3 months before. I haven't attended to the instruments for a long time, because it hates us and doesn't want us here. It hates me the most of all, and keeps trying to get into the bubble to kill me. I can hear it whenever I stop and listen, and I know it won't be long. I'm afraid of it, and I want to be asleep when it comes. But I'll have to make it soon, because I have only 20 sleeping pills left, and if... The sentence was never finished. According to the temperature recording instruments in the bubble, his body ceased radiating heat the same night. The bubble was cleaned, fumigated, and inspected inside and out. No sign of any inimical entity or force could be found. Silverman was Horn's replacement. When the cruiser returned 6 months later bringing him, Green, to be Silverman's replacement, Silverman was completely insane. He babbled about something that had been waiting outside the bubble to kill him, but his nearest to a rational statement was to say once, when asked for the 100th time what he had seen: "Nothing. You can't really see it, but you feel it watching you, and you hear it trying to get in to kill you. One time I bumped the wall and, for God's sake, take me away from it, take me back to Earth." Then he had tried to hide under the captain's desk, and the ship's doctor had let him away. The bubble was minutely examined again, and the cruiser employed every detector device it possessed to search surrounding space for light years in all directions. Nothing was found. When it was time for the new replacement to be transferred to the bubble, he reported to Captain McDowell. "Everything is ready, Green," McDowell said. "You are the next one." His shaggy gray eyebrows met in a scowl. "It would be better if they would let me select the replacement instead of them." He flushed with a touch of resentment and said, "The Bureau found my intelligence and initiative or thought satisfactory." "I know. They're characteristics you don't need. What they ought to have is somebody like one of my engine room roustabouts, too ignorant to get scared and too dumb to go nuts. Then we could get a sane report 6 months from now instead of ravings of a maniac." "I suggest," he said stiffly, "that you reserve judgment until that time comes, sir." And that was all he knew about the danger, real or imaginary, that had driven 2 men into insanity. He would have 6 months in which to find the answer. 6 months minus. He looked at the chronometer and saw that 20 minutes had passed since he left the cruiser. Somehow, it seemed much longer. He moved to light a cigarette, and his metal soles scraped the floor with the same startling loudness he had noticed before. The bubble was as silent as a tomb. It was not much larger than a tomb, a sphere 18 feet in diameter, made of thin sheet steel and crisscrossed outside with narrow reinforcing girders to keep the internal air pressure from rupturing it. The floor under him was 6 feet up from the sphere's bottom, and the space beneath held the air regenerator and waste converter units, the storage batteries and the food cabinets. The compartment in which he sat contained chair, table, a narrow cot, banks of dials, a remote control panel for operating the instruments mounted outside the hall, a microfilm projector, and a pair of exerciser springs attached to one wall. That was all. There was no means of communication, since a hyperspace communicator would have affected the delicate instruments with its radiations, but there was a small microfilm library to go with the projector, so that he should be able to pass away the time pleasantly enough. But it was not the fear of boredom that was behind the apprehension he could already feel touching at his mind. It had not been boredom that had turned Horn into a suicide and Silverman into... Something cracked sharply behind him, like a gunshot in the stillness, and he leaped to his feet, willing to face it. It was only a metal reel of data tape that had dropped out of the spectrum analyzer into the storage tray. His heart was thumping fast, and his attempt to laugh at his nervousness sounded hollow and mirthless. Something inside or outside the bubble had driven two men insane with its threat, and now that he was irrevocably exiled in the bubble himself, he could no longer dismiss the fear as products of their imagination. Both of them had been rational, intelligent men, as carefully selected by the Observation Bureau as he had been. He set in to search the bubble, overlooking nothing. When he crawled down into the lower compartment, he hesitated, then opened the longest blade of his knife before searching among the dark recesses down there. He found nothing, not even a speck of dust. Back in his chair again, he began to doubt his first conviction. Perhaps there really had been some kind of an invisible force or entity outside the bubble. Both Horn and Silverman had said that it had tried to get in to kill them. They had been very definite about that part. There were 6 windows around the bubble's walls, set there to enable the attendant to see all the outside mounted instruments and dials. He went to them to look out one by one, and from all of them he saw the same vast emptiness that surrounded him. The galaxy, his galaxy, was so far away that its stars were like dust. In the other directions the empty gulf was so wide that galaxies and clusters of galaxies were tiny, feeble specks of light shining across it. All around him was a void so huge that galaxies were only specks in it. Who could know what forces or dangers might be waiting out there? A light blinked, reminding him it was time to attend his duties. The job required an hour, and he was nervous and not yet hungry when he had finished. He went to the exerciser springs on the wall and performed a workout that left him tired and sweating, but which, at least, gave him a small appetite. The day passed, and the next. He made another search of the bubble's interior with the same results as before. He felt almost sure then that there was nothing in the bubble with him. He established a routine of work, pastime, and sleep that made the first week pass fairly comfortably but for the gnawing worry in his mind that something invisible was lurking just outside the windows. Then One day, he accidentally kicked the wall with his metal shoe tip. It made a sound like that from kicking a tight scratched section of tin, and it seemed to him that it gave a little from the impact, as tin would do. He realized for the first time how thin it was, how deadly, dangerously thin. According to the specification he had read, it was only 1/16th of an inch thick. It was as thin as a cardboard. He sat down with pencil and paper and began calculating. The bubble had a surface area of 146,500 square inches, and the internal air pressure was 14 pounds to the square inch, which meant that the thin metal skin contained a total pressure of 2,051,000 pounds. 2,000,000 pounds. The bubble in which he sat was a bomb, waiting to explode the instant any section of the thin metal weakened. It was supposed to be an alloy so extremely strong that it had a high safety factor, but he could not believe that any metal so thin could be so strong. It was all right for engineers sitting safely on Earth to speak of high safety factors, but his life depended upon the fragile wall not cracking. It made a lot of difference. The next day, he thought he felt the hook to which the exerciser spring was attached crack loose from where it was welded to the wall. He inspected the base of the hook closely, and there seemed to be a fine, hairline fracture appearing around it. He held his ear to it, listening for any sound of a leak. It was not leaking yet, but it could commence doing so at any time. He looked out the windows at the illimitable void that was waiting to absorb his pitiful little supply of air, and he thought of the days he had howled and jerked at the springs with all his strength, not realizing the damage he was doing. There was a sick feeling in his stomach for the rest of the day, and he returned again and again to examine the hairline around the hook. The next day he discovered an even more serious threat. The thin skin of the bubble had been spot welded to the outside, reinforcing girders. Such welding often created hard, brittle spots that would soon crystallize from continued movement, and there was a slight temperature difference in the bubble between his working and sleeping hours that would daily produce a contraction and expansion of the skin, especially when he used the little cooking burner. He quit using the burner for any purpose and began a daily inspection of every square inch of the bubble's walls, marking with white chalk all the welding spots that appeared to be definitely weakened. Each day he found more to mark, and soon the little white circles were scattered across the walls wherever he looked. When he was not working at examining the walls, he could feel the windows watching him, like staring eyes. Out of self-defense, he would have to go to them and stare back at the emptiness. Space was alien, coldly, deadly alien. He was a tiny spark of life in a hostile sea of nothing, and there was no one to help him. The nothing outside was waiting day and night for the most infinitesimal leak or crack in the walls. The nothing that had been waiting out there since time without beginning, and would wait for time without end. Sometimes he would touch his finger to the wall and think, death is out there, only 1/16th of an inch away. His first fears became a black and terrible conviction. The bubble could not continue to resist the attack for long. It had already lasted longer than it should have. 2,000,000 pounds of pressure wanted out, and all the sucking nothing of intergalactic space wanted in, and only a thin skinned metal, rotten with brittle welding spots, stood between them. It wanted in. The nothing wanted in. He knew then that Horn and Silverman had not been insane. It wanted in, and someday it would get in. When it did, it would explode him and jerk out his guts and lungs. Not until that happened, not until the nothing filled the bubble and enclosed his hideous, turned inside-out body, would it ever be content. He had long since quit wearing the magnetized shoes, afraid that the vibration of them would weaken the bubble still more. And he began noticing sections where the bubble did not seem to be perfectly concave, as though the rolling mill has pressed the metal too thin in places and it was swelling out like an overinflated balloon. He could not remember when he had last attended to the instruments. Nothing was important but the danger that surrounded him. He knew the danger was rapidly increasing because whenever he pressed his ear to the wall he could hear the almost inaudible tickings and vibrations as the bubble's skins contracted or expanded, and the nothing tapped and searched with its empty fingers for a flaw or a crack that it could tear into a leak. But the windows were far the worst, with the nothing staring in at him day and night. There was no escape from it. He could feel it watching him, malignant and gloating, even when he hid his eyes and his hands. The time came when he could stand it no longer. The cot had a blanket and he used that together with all his spare clothes to make a tent stretching from the table to the first instrument panel. When he crawled under it, he found that the lower half of one window could still see him. He used the clothes that he was wearing to finish the job, and it was much better than hiding there in the concealing darkness where the nothing could not see him. He did not mind going naked. The temperature regulators in the bubble never let it go too cold. He had no conception of time from then on. He emerged only when necessary to bring more food into his tent. He could still hear the nothing tapping and sucking in its ceaseless search for a flaw, and he made such emergencies as brief as possible, wishing that he did not have to come out at all. Maybe if he could hide his tent for a long time and never make a sound, it would get tired and go away. Sometimes he thought of the cruiser and wished they would come for him, but most of the time he thought of the thing that was outside, trying to get in to kill him. When the strain became too great, he would draw himself up in the position he had once occupied in his mother's womb and pretend he had never left Earth. It was easier there. But always before very long the bubble would tick or whisper, and he would freeze in terror, thinking, "This time it's coming in." Then, one day, suddenly, two men were peering under his tent at him. One of them said, "My God, again!" and he wondered what he meant. But they were very nice to him and helped him put on his clothes. Later, in the cruiser, everything was hazy and they kept asking him what he was afraid of. "What was it? What did you find?" He tried hard to think so he could explain it. It was nothing. "What were you and Horn and Silverman afraid of? What was it?" the voice demanded insistently. "I told you," he said. "Nothing." They stared at him, and the haziness cleared a little as he saw they did not understand. He wanted them to believe him because what he told them was very true. "It wanted to kill us. Please, can't you believe me? It was waiting outside the bubble to kill us." But they kept staring and he knew they didn't believe him. They didn't want to believe him. Everything turned hazy again and he started to cry. He was glad when the doctor took his hand to lead him away. The bubble was carefully inspected, inside and out, and nothing was found. When it was time for the green's replacement to be transferred to it, Larkin reported to Captain McDowell. "Everything is ready, Larkin," McDowell said. "You're the next one. I wish we knew what the danger is." He scowled. "I still think One of my roustabouts from the engine room might give us the same report 6 months from now instead of the babblings we'll get from you." He felt his face flush, and he said stiffly, "I suggest, sir, that you not jump to conclusions until the time comes." The cruiser vanished back into hyperspace, and he was alone inside the observation bubble. 10,000 light years beyond the galaxy's outermost sun, he looked out the windows at the gigantic sea of emptiness around him, and wondered again what the danger had been that had so terrified the man before him. Of one thing he was already certain: he would find that nothing was waiting outside the bubble to kill him. End of The Nothing Equation by Tom Godwin. Recording by Daniele. November 2008.
The Stalker and the Stars. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason Mills. The Stalker and the Stars by Algirdas Jonas Budrys, better known as Algis Budrys, and writing here under the name John A. Sentry. Know him? Yes, I know him. Knew him. That was 20 years ago. Everybody knows him now. Everybody who passed him on the street knows him. Everyone who went to the same schools, or even to different schools in different towns, knows him now. Ask them. But I knew him. I lived 3 feet away from him for a month and a half. I shipped with him and called him by his first name. What was he like? What was he thinking, sitting on the edge of his bunk with his jaw in his palm and his eyes on the stars? What did he think he was after? Well, I think he... I think I never did know him after all. Not well. Not as well as some of those people who are writing the books about him seem to. I couldn't really describe him to you. He had a duffel bag in his hand and a packed air suit on his back. The skin of his face had been dried out by ship's air, burned by ultraviolet and broiled by infrared. The pupils of his eyes had little cloudy specks in them where the cosmic rays had shot through them. But his eyes were steady and his body was hard. What did he look like? He looked like a man. It was after the war and we were beaten. There used to be a school of thought among us that deplored our combativeness. Before we had ever met any people from off-Earth, even, you could hear people saying we were toughest, cruelest life form in the universe, unfit to mingle with the gentler, wiser races in the stars, and a sure bet to steal their galaxy and corrupt it forever. Where these people got their information, I don't know. We were beaten. We moved out beyond Centaurus and Sirius, and then we met the Jeks, the Noseway, the Lud. We tried terrestrial know-how, we tried production miracles, we tried patriotism, we tried damning the torpedoes and full speed ahead, and we were smashed back like mayflies in the wind. We died in droves, and we retreated from the guttering fires of a dozen planets. We dug in, we fought through the last ditch, and we were dying on Earth itself before Baker mutinied, shot Cope, and surrendered the remainder of the human race to the wiser, gentler races in the stars. That way we lived. That way we were permitted to carry on our little concerns, and mind our manners. The Jeks and the Lud and the Noseway returned to their own affairs, and we knew they would leave us alone so long as we didn't bother them. We liked it that way. Understand me, we didn't just accept it. We didn't knuckle under with waiting murder in our hearts. We liked it. We were grateful just to be left alone again. We were happy we hadn't been wiped out like the upstarts the rest of the universe thought us to be. When they let us keep our own solar system, and carry on a trickle of trade with the outside, we accepted it for the fantastically generous gift it was. Too many of our best men were dead for us to have any remaining claim on these things in their own right. I know how it was. I was there 20 years ago. I was a little pudgy man with short breath and a high-pitched voice. I was a typical Earthman. We were out on a god-forsaken landing field on Mars, Macready and I, loading cargo aboard the Serenus. MacReady was first officer, I was second. The stranger came walking up to us. "Got a job?" he asked, looking at MacReady. Mac looked him over. He saw the same things I'd seen. He shook his head. "Not for you. The only thing we're short on is stokers." You wouldn't know. There's no such thing as a stoker anymore with automatic ships. But the stranger knew what Mac meant. Serenus had what they called an electronic drive. She had to run with an evacuated engine room. The leaking electricity would have broken any stray air down to ozone, which eats metal and rots lungs. So the engine room had the air pumped out of her, and the stokers who tended the dials and set the cathode attitudes had to wear suits, smelling themselves for 12 hours at a time, and standing a good chance of cooking where they sat when the drive arced. Serenus was an ugly old tub. At that, we were the better of the 2 interstellar freighters the human race had left. "You're bound over the border, aren't you?" MacReady nodded. "That's right, but I'll stoke." MacReady looked over toward me and frowned. I shrugged my shoulders helplessly. I was a little afraid of the stranger, too. The trouble was the look of him. It was the look you saw in the bars back on Earth, where the veterans of the war sat and stared down into their glasses, waiting for night to fall so they could go out into the alleys and have drunken fights among themselves. But he had brought that look to Mars, to the landing field, and out here there was something disquieting about it. He'd caught Mac's look and turned his head to me. "I'll stoke," he repeated. I didn't know what to say. MacReady and I, almost all of the men in the Merchant Marine, hadn't served in the combat arms. We had freighted supplies, and we had seen ships dying on the runs. We'd had our own brushes with commerce raiders, and we'd known enough men who joined the combat forces. But very few of the men came back, and the war this man had fought hadn't been the same as ours. He'd commanded a fighting ship, somewhere, and come to grips with things we simply didn't know about. The mark was on him, but not on us. I couldn't meet his eyes. "Okay by me," I mumbled at last. I saw MacReady's mouth turn down at the corners, but he couldn't gainsay the man any more than I could. MacReady wasn't a mumbling man, so he said angrily, "Okay, bucko, you'll stoke. Go and sign on." "Thanks." The stranger walked quietly away. He wrapped a hand around the cable on a cargo hook and rode into the hold on top of some freight. Mac spat on the ground and went back to supervising his end of the loading. I was busy with mine, and it wasn't until we'd gotten the Serenus loaded and buttoned up that Mac and I even spoke to each other again. Then we talked about the trip. We didn't talk about the stranger. Daniels, the third, had signed him on and had moved him into the empty bunk above mine. We slept all in a bunch on the Serenus, officers and crew. Even so, we had to sleep in shifts, with the ship's designers giving 90% of her space to cargo and 8% to power and control. That left very little for the people, who were crammed in any way they could be. I said empty bunk. What I meant was empty during my sleep shift. That meant he and I'd be sharing work shifts, me up in the control blister parked in a soft chair, and him down in the engine room, broiling in a suit for 12 hours. But I ate with him, used the head with him. You can call that rubbing elbows with greatness if you want to. He was a very quiet man. Quiet in the way he moved and talked. When we were both climbing into our bunks that first night, I introduced myself, and he introduced himself. Then he heaved himself into his bunk, rolled over on his side, fixed his straps, and fell asleep. He was always friendly toward me, but he must have been very tired that first night. I often wondered what kind of life he'd lived after the war, what he'd done that made him different from the men who simply grew older in the bars. I wonder now if he really did do anything different. In an odd way, I like to think that one day, in a bar, on a day that seemed like all the rest to him when it began, he suddenly looked up with some new thought, put down his glass, and walked straight to the Earth-Mars shuttle field. He might have come from any town on Earth. Don't believe the historians too much. Don't pay too much attention to the Chamber of Commerce plaques. When a man's name becomes public property, strange things happen to the facts. It was MacReady who first found out what he'd done during the war. I've got to explain about MacReady. He takes his opinions fast and strong. He's a good man. Is, or was, I haven't seen him for a long while. but he liked things simple. MacReady said the duffel bag broke loose and floated into the middle of the bunk room during acceleration. He opened it to see whose it was. When he found out, he closed it up and strapped it back in its place at the foot of the stoker's bunk. MacReady was my relief on the bridge. When he came up, he didn't relieve me right away. He stood next to my chair and looked out through the ports. "Captain leave any special instructions in the order book?" he asked. "Just the usual. Keep a tight watch and proceed cautiously." "That new stoker," Mac said. "Yeah?" I knew there was something wrong with him. He's got an old Marine uniform in his duffel. I didn't say anything. Mac glanced over at me. "Well?" "I don't know." I didn't. I couldn't say I was surprised. It had to be something like that about the stoker. The mark was on him, as I've said. It was the Marines that did Earth's best dying. It had to be. They were trained to be the best we had, and they believed in their training. They were the ones who slashed back the deepest when the other side hit us. They were the ones who sallied out into the doomed spaces between the stars and took the war to the other side as well as any human force could ever hope to. They were always the last to leave an abandoned position. If Earth had been giving medals to members of her forces in the war, every man in the Corps would have had the Medal of Honor 2 or 3 times over. Posthumously. I don't believe there were 10 of them left alive when Cope was shot. Cope was one of them. They were a kind of human being neither MacReady nor I could hope to understand. "You don't know," Mac said. "It's there. In his duffel. Damn it, we're going out to trade with his sworn enemies. Why do you suppose he wanted to sign on? Why do you suppose he's so eager to go?" "You think he's going to try to start something?" "Think? That's exactly what he's going for. One last big alley fight. One last brawl. When they cut him down, do you suppose they'll stop with him? They'll kill us, and then they'll go in and stamp Earth flat. You know it as well as I do." "I don't know, Mac," I said. "Go easy." I could feel the knots in my stomach. I didn't want any trouble. Not from the stoker, not from Mac. None of us wanted trouble, not even Mac. But he'd cause it to get rid of it, if you follow what I mean about his kind of man. Mac hit the viewport with his fist. "Easy! Easy! Nothing's easy." "I hate this life," he said in a murderous voice. "I don't know why I keep signing on. Mars to Centaurus and back and forth in an old rust tub that's going to blow herself up one of these... Daniels called me on the phone from communications. "Turn up your intercom volume," he said. "The stoker's jamming the circuit." I kicked the selector switch over, and this is what I got. "So there we were at 1,000,000 per, and the air was getting thick. The captain said, 'Cheer up, brave boys, we'll—'" He was singing. He had a terrible voice, but he could carry a tune, and he was hammering it out at the top of his lungs. "'Twas the last cruise of the Venus, by God you should have seen us. The pipes were full of whiskey, and just to make things risky, the jets were—'" The crew were chuckling into their own chest phones. I could hear Daniels trying to cut him off, but he kept going. I started laughing myself. No one's supposed to jam an intercom, but it made the crew feel good. When the crew feels good, the ship runs right, and it had been a long time since they'd been happy. He went on for another 20 minutes. Then his voice thinned out, and I heard him cough a little. "Daniels," he said, "get a relief down here for me. Jump to it." He said the last part in a master's voice. Daniels didn't ask questions. He sent a man on his way down. He'd been singing, the stoker had. He'd been singing while he worked, with one arm dead, one sleeve ripped open and badly patched because the fabric was slippery with blood. There'd been a flashover in the drivers. By the time his relief got down there, he had the insulation back on, and the drive was purring along the way it should have been. It hadn't even missed a beat. He went down to sick bay, got the arm wrapped, and would have gone back on shift if Daniels had led him. Those of us who were going off shift found him toying with the theremin in the mess compartment. He didn't know how to play it, and it sounded like a dog howling. "Sing, will you?" somebody yelled. He grinned and went back to the good ship Venus. It wasn't good, but it was loud. From that we went to Starways, Farways, and Barways, and the Free Fall song. Somebody started "I Left Her Behind for You," and that got us off into sentimental things, the way these sessions would sometimes wind up when spacemen were far from home. but not since the war, we all seemed to realize together. We stopped and looked at each other, and we all began drifting out of the mess compartment. And maybe it got to him too. It may explain something. He and I were the last to leave. We went to the bunk room, and he stopped in the middle of taking off his shirt. He stood there looking out the porthole, and forgot I was there. I heard him reciting something softly under his breath, and I stepped a little closer. This is what it was. The rockets rise against the skies, slowly in sunlight gleaming, with silver hue upon the blue, and the universe waits dreaming. For men must go where the flame winds blow, the gas clouds softly plating, where stars are spun and worlds begun, and men will find them waiting. The song that roars where the rocket soars is the song of the stellar flame. The dreams of man and galactic span are equal and much the same. What was he thinking of? Make your own choice. I think I came close to knowing him at that moment, but until human beings turn telepath, no man can be sure of another. He shook himself like a dog out of cold water and got into his bunk. I got into mine, and after a while I fell asleep. I don't know what Macready may have told the skipper about the stoker, or if he tried to tell him anything. The captain was the senior ticket holder in the merchant service, and a good man in his day. He kept mostly to his cabin. And there was nothing Macready could do on his own authority. Nothing simple, that is. And the stoker had saved the ship, and I think what kept anything from happening between Macready and the stoker, or anyone else and the stoker, was that it would have meant trouble in the ship. Trouble confined to our little percentage of the ship's volume could seem like something much more important than the fate of the human race. It may not seem that way to you. But as long as no one began anything, we could all get along. We could have a good trip. Macready worried, I'm sure. I worried sometimes. But nothing happened. When we reached Alpha Centaurus, and set down at the trading field on the second planet, it was the same as the other trips we'd made, and the same kind of landfall. The Lud factor came out of his post, after we'd waited for a while, and gave us our permit to disembark. There was a Jek ship at the other end of the field, loaded with the cargo we would get in exchange for our hold full of goods. We had the usual things: wine, music tapes, furs, and the like. The Jeks had been giving us light machinery lately. Probably we'd get 2 or 3 more loads, and then they'd begin giving us something else. But I found that this trip wasn't quite the same. I found myself looking over at the factor's post, and I realized for the first time that the Lud hadn't built it. It was a leftover from the old colonial human government. And the city on the horizon, men had built it. The touch of our architecture was on every building. I wonder why it had never occurred to me that this was so. It made the landfall different from all the others somehow. It gave a new face to the entire planet. Mac and I and some of the other crewmen went down on the field to handle the unloading. Jeks on self-propelled cargo lifts jockeyed among us, scooping up the loads as we unhooked the slings, bringing cases of machinery from their own ships. They sat atop their vehicles lean and aloof, dashing in, whirling, shooting across the field to their ship and back like wild horsemen on the plains of Earth, paying us no notice. We were almost through when Mac suddenly grabbed my arm. "Look!" The stoker was coming down on one of the cargo slings. He stood upright, his booted feet planted wide, one arm curled up over his head and around the hoist cable. He was in his dusty brown marine uniform, the scarlet collar tabs bright as blood at his throat, his major's insignia glittering at his shoulders, the battle stripes on his sleeves. The Jeks stopped their lifts. They knew that uniform. They sat up in their saddles and watched him come down. When the sling touched the ground, he jumped off quietly and walked towards the nearest Jek. They all followed him with their eyes. "We've got to stop him," Mac said, and both of us started toward him. His hands were both in plain sight, one holding his duffel bag, which was swelled out with the bulk of his airsuit. He wasn't carrying a weapon of any kind. He was walking casually, taking his time. Mac and I had almost reached him when a Jek with insignia on his coveralls suddenly jumped down from his lift and came forward to meet him. It was an odd thing to see, the stoker and the Jek, who did not stand as tall. MacReady and I stepped back. The Jack was coal black, his scales glittering in the cold sunlight, his hatchet face inscrutable. He stopped when the stoker was a few paces away. The stoker stopped too. All the Jacks were watching him and paying no attention to anything else. The field might as well have been empty except for those two. They'll kill him. They'll kill him right now, MacReady whispered. They ought to have. If I'd been a Jack, I would have thought that uniform was a death warrant. But the Jack spoke to him. Are you entitled to wear that? I was at this planet in 39. I was closer to your homeworld the year before that, the stoker said. I was captain of a destroyer. If I'd had a cruiser's range, I would have reached it. He looked at the Jack. Where were you? I was here when you were here. I want to speak to your ship's captain. All right, I'll drive you over. The stoker nodded, and they walked over to his vehicle together. They drove away toward the Jack's ship. All right, let's get back to work, another Jack said to MacReady and myself. And we went back to unloading cargo. The stoker came back to our ship that night, without his duffel bag. He found me and said, I'm signing off the ship. Going with the Jacks. MacReady was with me. He said loudly, What do you mean, you're going with the Jacks? I signed on their ship, the stoker said. Stoking. They've got a micronuclear drive. It's been a while since I worked with one, but I think I'll make out all right, even with the screwball way they've got it set up. Huh? The stoker shrugged. Ships are ships, and physics is physics, no matter where you go. I'll make out. What kind of deal did you make with them? What do you think you're up to? The stoker shook his head. No deal. I signed on as a crewman. I'll do a crewman's work for a crewman's wages. I thought I'd wander around a while. It ought to be interesting, he said. On a Jack ship. Anybody's ship. When I get to their home world, I'll probably ship out with some people from farther on. Why not? It's honest work. MacReady had no answer to that. But, I said. What? He looked at me as if he couldn't understand what might be bothering me. But I think perhaps he could. Nothing, I said, and that was that. Except MacReady was always a sourer man from that time up to as long as I knew him afterwards. We took off in the morning. The stoker had already left on the Jack ship, and it turned out he'd trained an apprentice boy to take his place. It was strange how things became different for us, little by little, after that. It was never anything you could put your finger on, but the Jacks began taking more goods, and giving us things we needed when we told them we wanted them. After a while, Serenus was going a little deeper into Jack territory, and when she wore out, the two replacements let us trade with the Lud too. Then it was the Norzaway, and other people beyond them, and things just got better for us somehow. We heard about our stoker occasionally. He shipped with the Lud, and the Norzaway, and some people beyond them, getting along, going to all kinds of places. Pay no attention to the precise red lines you see on the star maps. Nobody knows exactly what path he wandered from people to people. Nobody could. He just kept signing on with whatever ship was going deeper into the galaxy, going farther and farther. He messed with green shipmates and blue ones. 1 and 2 and 3 heads, tails, 6 legs. After all, ships are ships, and they've all got to have something to push them along. If a man knows his business, why not? A man can live on all kinds of food if he wants to get used to it. And any non-toxic atmosphere will do, as long as there's enough oxygen in it. I don't know what he did to make things so much better for us. I don't know if he did anything but stoke their ships and, I suppose, fix them when they were in trouble. I wonder if he sang dirty songs in that bad voice of his to people who couldn't possibly understand what the songs were about. All I know is, for some reason, those people slowly began treating us with respect. We changed too, I think. I'm not the same man I was, I think. Not altogether the same. I'm a captain now, with master's papers, and you won't find me in my cabin very often. There's a kind of joy in standing on a bridge, looking out at the stars you're moving toward. I wonder if it mightn't have kept my old captain out of that place he died in, finally, if he'd tried it. So I don't know. The older I get, the less I know. The thing people remember the stoker for The thing that makes him famous and, I think, annoys him, I'm fairly sure is only incidental to what he really did. If he did anything. If he meant to. I wish I could be sure of the exact answer he found in the bottom of that last glass at the bar before he worked his passage to Mars and Serenus and began it all. So I can't say what he ought to be famous for. But I suppose it's enough to know for sure that he was the first living being ever to travel all the way around the galaxy. The end. End of The Stalker and the Stars by Algis Budrys. Recording by Jason Mills.